you have when you can take and find those 3 men and bring 100 of those men together with that mindset? The only difference between a special forces warrior and a regular infantryman is mindset. It's not because they're gods. It's not because they're physically superior. Typically, they were not and still are not. It's the idea that you can do. That's already understood by people who have been warriors and in any warrior caste in the past. You know what the difference? This is a big, significant difference in our country and what we created here, guys, off of this piece of real estate. Do you think that all these men out here that fought this war, that was fought on this sacred ground, the 13 colonies, you think they were special forces? Think they were SEALs? Or do you think they were just regular guys who were carpenters, plumbers, journeymen, farmers, boatmen on the canal that used to do this every day with a pole for 16 miles every day? You know what their attitude was? Can do. That's why they won. And again, we were the absolute minority. We're not a minority now. That's the biggest problem I have. In the world, we are still a minority today as we were 200 plus years ago. Don't you make any mistake about that. Why do you think they're letting the nation get flooded in from the south? Why do you think that Department of Immigration run by the Israelis is dumping our enemies into this country en masse? It was a walking invasion this last year that you all saw in Europe. A walking invasion. Everybody's always worried about the Red Dawn routine, and you should be, because that works. But what happens when somebody literally walks your enemy right to your doorstep, and it's your own government and the shyster bankers behind them that told them to do it, and they bring an army of 1 million or 2 million with them? Now what do? See, we're getting the same thing, but like I said earlier in the year, here's the cute part about this. They're flying them here. They couldn't walk here. They could not walk here. They couldn't do what they did in Europe, where they literally walked across the continent, even bust in and went in by public train. They had to be carried over here with a plane ticket paid for by somebody. That's the difference between how serious they are about where the real threat is. They will pay any money to put what they need on the ground if they think they can get away with it, and only if we allow it. Has everybody become comfortable with this? We are literally, of all the years in our history, we are at the most succinct, focused pinnacle of combat that you could possibly imagine. The only thing comparable is what your founding fathers who fought on this piece of real estate faced in 1775. Except it's the compression reversal. We have the real estate. We have the resources. My God, look what we have sitting just here. Look at what we have to live in. What was the first complaint about the first 2 years of the American War for Independence? What did Washington? He wasn't the only one, but Washington's the one you'd all recognize. What were his letters to Congress about? My men don't have any food. Last year's uniforms are still on them, and they don't wear well when they've got holes in them. My men don't have shoes anymore. My men don't even have ammunition. You're on an upswing in a situation where, on the one hand, we have been attacked just like we were in the 10 years before, the years leading up to the American War for Independence, 1765 to 1777. But by the very nature of bounty, resources, and the nature of this global attack, there are assets at our disposal that allow us to prevent the kind of disparity, the kind of hardship that those people faced. But we'll still face it to a degree. But it means that all of you need to be better organized. All of you. Mark can't do it by himself. Each of you are responsible as part of the generation of your respective years that needs to step forward and be a leader in this. We are on the brink of either what will be utter disaster if we allow this to continue, which we can't, or we are going to have to take the reins, take command, do what needs to be done, and then get on with life when we're done with it. That's where we are. And there's no silver bullet anywhere on the horizon. None. That's not disparaging. And that, you know what? I'll do it again. Donald Trump for president, buy box ammo. Donald Trump for president, buy a box ammo. Donald Trump for president, buy a box ammo. See what I just did? I will support what is, by the way, let me ask y'all something. How long does the election take? How many minutes of your life does it really occupy? What's it take to stand in line, go up to the die bowl machine, put a number in it, and then somebody else enters something else for you? How long does it take? Now, all the rest of what we talk about should be having to do with the Patriot effort or our fight in this country or our real enemies, which is what we talk about here pretty much the whole weekend. Okay? But if you think about it, what a dog and pony show that something that takes over no more than 6 or 11 minutes of your lifetime, they've tied the whole country up with for the last year. Even if we count the idea that we can go to Iowa and I can flip a bag full of Hillary coins, let me ask you, when the hell have you ever seen that? My God, that's like Wiccan. That's like standing in the middle of a church and walking up to the front and unzipping your pants and wagging your weenie in front of everybody right there on Sunday. How did we determine an election in the United States? A whole bunch of people showed up with a bag full of quarters and they flipped coins. Well, then what in the hell were the die bowl machines for? You mean all of our people can't count slips of paper? So we got to flip a coin. That was a gross way to show you how much of an insult and how far around the corner the country is. You will not find the election process as a solution. At the local level, maybe if you have influence, hey, I'll tell you what, let me remind everybody, remember the Hutari crew? Remember Hutari guys? Oh, yeah, they were all killed. They were all died. They castrated and lobotomized them. No, they lived. They won their court case. You do remember that, right? Mike Meeks came out and at the local level ran for constable, unopposed, won unanimously. You did hear about that. The controlled media told you about that, right? In a township that we control. But you didn't hear about that either, did you? Because it's futile to resist and you'll be absorbed and we're all going to die and the enemy's the Borg. But you didn't see the controlled media talk about the subject just brought up, because you see, that battlefield we can all win to a degree. That battlefield changes the dynamic of the overall battle, then the campaigns, and then eventually the war. Here's another thing. Am I saying give up on the idea of understanding government? Think that there was government while we were fighting the revolution? You know there was. Are you all prepared for that? Let me ask you something. We're too busy worshiping a lame system right now that has utterly failed us and is doing nothing for us. Should we not all be gearing for and preparing for what we need to do when we have to eliminate, get rid of that problem? What are you going to do when you win? And you know, the biggest win is not the end. Let me ask you all something. Don't you think it's a big win when you finally pull the trigger and all those chains fall off and all that waiting disappears? Don't you think it's a big win? What did he? I gotta get out of here in a minute. I know. I don't know. How much time do I have? Let me put it this way. How many people remember a comment? They always loved the movie Braveheart. What did he say about freedom? And it really was epitomizing what the founding fathers said. Freedom. Oh, that's just a dream. Well, you've been living that dream. Your father was living that dream. While we've been fighting, we've been living that dream. Because being able to stand up as a free man and say no physically is the dream. The ultimate level of freedom, though, the next step, once you've earned it, is the ability to rest. Let me ask you, what is... Petrosiev, Stoi, stoi, midrashima. And the KGB enters the home and they kick the woman in the face and they kick the guy down. And then they ransack the house and they take the chandelier because the neighbor wanted it. So the neighbor called in anonymously. And so every night, nobody rested in any occupied state. The ultimate demonstration of freedom is to be able to truly rest. To know with security that my neighbor does not come for me, my neighbor, my government, whatever, that I in fact am safe in my home and I can rest. And I can rest in my leisure, my comfort, my time. I'm going to ask you, do any of you even think that way now? In everybody's mind in America, everybody has the seed planted that you need to constantly be afraid of the government kicking in your door. Every day it is pumped into your head by the filth that are in the controlled media, by the government that wants to lord over you and has betrayed you, and by the people who think they own you. The ability to truly rest is freedom. When those chains slip from your shoulders, do you know what kind of a feeling that is? The ultimate party everybody talks about, 1783. What would it be like? We will experience it if we actually embrace what we're supposed to embrace. You're all going to experience something that hasn't been felt in this country for more than a couple hundred years. If you choose to be free and if you choose to embrace your liberty. If you don't, business as usual. As for me, I don't care if I'm alone. I'll fight the bastards. I'm to the point right now, especially it's fun when I see my children, when I see the kids that are here, I know exactly what I have to do. And I know exactly why I have to do it. If I win, I'm doing pretty good. I've still got maybe 20 years. If I lose, well, I'll pass the baton. I've been a runner. Old Doc Robinson, you might remember him. You explained to us a long time ago, and I know a lot of good warriors said the same thing. He goes, when they hit the ground, they put me in battle. I was scared to death. Everybody was scared. He goes, we're all scared. After we got over that idea, we had to put it in our brain this way. We had to do our job. If we didn't focus on doing the job, nothing was going to get accomplished and we were going to die anyway. So focus on the task, take your risk, take your chances. If the fickle finger of fate gets you, congratulations. If not, you got a hell of a thing to celebrate. But one way or another, once you're on the battlefield, you fight hard, you fight to win. I liken this, probably the best example of how you should think about setting into battle. I use movies because y'all relate to movies. I use movies because I don't have to do a $4 million production to explain something to you, right? Okay? Watch the movie Heat. If you understand how you should respond, watch the movie Heat when they're coming out of the bank and the way that the first contact is made and how he responds. Is there any dialogue? Is there any discussion? Is there any second thought? What happens? Up, target, up, next, up, next, up. And then you continue with the action and you fight until you win or you're dead. Win, lose, draw. Now, that's life. By the way, for anybody who's scared of that, don't go out on this highway headed home tonight, right? You all know what your odds are on this highway, right? Oh my God, I wouldn't even go near the road, and God knows how much blood is on that pavement already from the last 10 years. Oh, the horror. Matter of perspective, isn't it? Don't go across the road to your mailbox. Might not come back. Think about that one. Anyway, organize, arm, equip, and train as militia for mutual defense. It is our mutual liberty. That is the purpose for the militia. If you cannot fight, organize as transportation, as medical support, or as signal communications, so that the reserves or so that those who are the warriors are lifted of burden and can focus on the mission. Build a deep logistic train, a 5-10 program. What is a 5-10 program? A 5-10 program is where you put the reserves in place to be able to equip 5 men or 10 men, top to bottom. Socks, underpants, t-shirts, clothes, web gear. A weapon would be nice. Ammunition and material support. This includes a gas mask, by the way. A 5-10 program would be a deep logistic mechanism across the whole of the country. Now, if you think that that is a pipe dream, let me point something out. Why were the British going to Concord? Anybody remember? Why? Well, yeah, they wanted the guys there too. Lexington and Concord were an armory. They were building artillery pieces. Not when you hear the word, they went for the guns, guys. They were going for the cannon. Concord had both a wheelwright and they had a foundry. They were both collecting funds to purchase artillery pieces or to manufacture artillery pieces for the militia. You did know that, right? We were all taught that in our school books in history, weren't we? No, we weren't. We used to be, but we weren't. Not only that, but it was a part of a deep logistics mechanism that had been built up all across the United States, well, the colonies, in which flour, rice, wheat, rum, medical supplies, flints, bullets, lead ingots, wood stock, ironmongery, and the most important single thing that they felt was highest in regard, the shovel. You do know that. The shovel. If you read anything about logistics, the American War for Independence, you know the single most important tool that they were most concerned acquiring was the shovel. Now, why? Let me ask you, ever seen those cool paintings over in Washington, D.C. with those bulwarks that are standing 30 feet tall? They're really cool, aren't they? There's artillery on there. And that's all fresh dug dirt, isn't it? Does anybody remember, if you look off to the right, they have like all the soldiers lined up. And over on the other side, they have the 3 Caterpillar bulldozers, right? The Caterpillar bulldozers from 1775. Oh, no, they didn't have those, did they? You want to know how everything got moved? Armstrong. When you see all of this stuff done, guys, nobody ever wraps their brain around, you got to take the technology and match it up to the era. Who do you think moved all that stuff? And it wasn't just slaves. Let me give you another hint about military life. What's the uniform that everybody wears in the military? What do we call that nowadays? A fatigue? Is that a fatigue? Isn't there fatigues? You wearing fatigues? What does fatigue mean? You a tad tired, son? Well, I'm the sergeant, and I'm here to make sure you're darn bit tireder by the time we're done the end of the day. Now, you grab that there idiot stick, and you come with me and the 10 of you idiots, along with me, the other idiot, are going to take these here shovels. We're going to move that dirt over here, and the general's going to be very happy with the fighting position that we are going to create. It was all done with Armstrong. So, deep logistics at the tactical level was part of the big plan of the founding fathers. The reason they don't want you to even think about it is because, I will repeat again, look at the wealth you have around you just with the stuff that we have, half of which I'm sure is secondhand. But are you stockpiling the right material? Or, let's put it this way, I'm only asking you to stockpile some of the material so that when the time comes, no matter where you are, you can't bomb a supply train that doesn't need to be driven anywhere. Does anybody understand that? A supply train that already exists tactically across the whole of the battlefield means if I'm there, I've got it. If I'm there, I've got it. If I need to support someone, I can also accumulate it and move it to where I need to. When the British went to Concord, they only captured 500 pounds of flour that was part of the reserve. The order that was given is that the flour be poured into the street. A squad of British regulars were told to march back and forth until the flour was marched into the mud. Any other food that was found on site, they did the exact same thing with. They took it out, put it into the mud in the street, and marched it into the ground. Another thing, Concord was ransacked. Does everybody remember this? No, because we're told that we had the Battle of Concord Bridge. Yes, we did. After the British showed up, after the British commander put a chair in the square that he had one of his men bring out, sat down in the chair and said, now, men, do your duty. And they went house to house through all of the buildings in town. That's not the image that everybody gets from the movies, is it, guys? Now, here's another thing. Remember that British major said, if you just let me ransack 3, 4, or 5 American towns on the way out? He didn't do it on the way out, but he unlimbered his guns 3 more times and fired on the villages on the way back. He did exactly what he promised he would do. Didn't work, but he still did, as a regular in the sun never sets on the British Empire. He did exactly what he said he wanted to do. So when somebody tells you they will be restrained, they will be, really? Why? What rules? See, this is the mistake that's made. And again, the guys that fought the battle that first day, they learned it real quick too. There are no rules. Once we get into a fight, there are no rules. Reason? They're going to come back with worse. I will remind everybody, the basic policy should be destroy them utterly. Let nothing but a rumor of their destruction return to where they came from. Bury them face down in pig feces with a mouthful of lard in an unmarked grave, and let the dustbin of history absorb them. Strip the enemy dead while they are warm. Take all that they have to use to destroy the rest. Find out who sent them and go repeat the process to whoever sent them. Simple policies, direct application, and especially early on, the world changes for the other side. Now, I'm not unrealistic. Everybody saw the flurry of information about UN vehicles this last week. I'm not going to argue yay or nay on whatever it is they saw. But I'm going to ask something else, and I want all you to help with this. Guys, we need a better reporting program. Why? Intelligence, Rogers Rangers rules. You can say anything you want when you're at the bar talking to the civilians, but when you are sent out in reconnaissance, never lie to an officer or a fellow ranger. Intelligence has to be accurate, it has to be correct, and it needs to be very specific. Who, what, where, when. What were they doing? What were you doing? Let me give you an example. Somebody said that we had UN vehicles on one of the highways in the Virginias, right? Now let me point something out. I want to plant this seed because I've been saying this on the air. Now, guys, aren't there mile markers on every stinking road in this nation? If I have something on the road, the first thing I want to look for is one of those stupid little rectangles that has a number on it. Number 1, what highway? Number 2, what mile marker? Number 3, what direction? Why? Well, why not? I mean, come on. It's like pictures. Oh, you can't take more pictures. What? Did your pixel juice run out of your camera? I didn't buy more pixel juice this week. We don't have the excuse of a 35 millimeter camera and I ran out of film. Or my pictures were fuzzy because I didn't know how to focus it. Blasted, the camera does everything for you now. Okay? Here's what I question when I see pictures. Number 1, why is it the picture of the vehicle is as clear as can be, but I can't read the license plate number that's in the same picture? I'm serious. Go back and look at these pictures where, oh, there was a UN vehicle on. Okay, that's cool. Here's the first rule. Take a picture of the license plate on the trailer, the numbers on the side of the trailer, the front of the tractor on the door, which tells you what company's hauling it, what their tax numbers are, and take a picture of the front of the vehicles you're passing so we can see who the driver was. Why not? We don't know him. He's friend or foe, but you talk to the driver, he might give you a lot more information, so knowing who to look for would really be good. Have you noticed how a lot of these people, when we see these pictures that show up, the back of the vehicle is cut off so I can't find the license plate, no matter how many pictures there are that are taken. Now, why am I saying this? Guys, I worked as an analyst. We watch for, this is the data you want. You give me the license plate, the ID numbers off the trailer, the tractor axle numbers, the VIN number and the tax numbers off the side of the front of the truck. Every truck is transpondered nowadays. They all are tracked, except for maybe a handful of very, very independent vehicles that are interstate or intrastate, not interstate. If I know where they are and I get those numbers, guys, we can find it's like ships on the high seas. They're all trackable now. So we need this information. Some people may not have thought about it. I need your help to pass it on to everybody else. And you should expect better quality and discipline out of your reconnaissance people. And all of you are reconnaissance. All of you are people who can collect information. Look at these monster machines we have called the cell phone. My God, hell, they're almost getting to the point we've got more data material support than we had for the entire Apollo program now in your hand. I can even talk to the world and send the picture there in the next moment, which we couldn't do 20 years ago. So now it should be click, 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 send, 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 send. And by the way, I'll do a text. Who, what, where, when, what were they doing? What were you doing? Now, why the last two? What were they doing? So were they traveling? Were they standing? Were they scratching their crotch? Were they picking their nose? What were they doing? I don't care to know details about you. I need to know from what perspective you observed the action. Were you driving down the road at 70 miles an hour, scratching your crotch and trying to text and picking your nose while trying to drive? Not as observant doing that, are you? Okay. On the other hand, standing still, watching something go by, or stopping and staring at them and getting a better image. There's a different perspective. There are different directions. We need that as part of the collection process. We do not need your name. We don't need personal data. And I didn't want to know exactly where you're standing by the foot. I don't need that. Pretty obvious by the picture you're taking. You're probably hiding behind the van with your arm overhead, trying to line up with the tires so they can't see your feet because you're scared that they might see you. Okay. I understand how you could do that. Common sense with collection is all we're asking. Help us out. Share with everybody. Make it work. That's the critical element here that needs to be, it's one of those many elements that needs to be tuned up. The real battlefield is, first of all, working knowledge. Now, I got to go. I know we're at the top, right? Good. Okay. First rule, spirit commands the heart and mind command the body. Be right here by being right in your heart. Know why you're fighting, and there is no fear. And there also isn't any concern for the battlefield. If you truly have faith and you truly believe, then there isn't anything they're going to do other than threaten you with heaven. On the other hand, I plan on sending every last one of the bastards to hell. And that should be your plan from the get-go. I plan on getting from this side to that side. And then I'm going to take and get rid of all the other problems, clean the house up, and go back and have a nice vacation, and then find out that we're going to have to work a whole lot more to build the country back up. So I guess there's no retirement for any of you old farts just like me. Congratulations. You'll have work to do. But the good thing is we must win. We don't have any choice. We need to talk more to people. We need to get more aggressive. We need to follow up physically. The important thing, again, spirit to mind. Mind commands body. As long as we have that balance in place, everything else will work out. And then the teams. You need to work together. I'll help you with whatever it is that you are trying to accomplish, but I ask that you never berate the militia and that you always support the militia because they are the physical presence that is there to protect and keep the brain trust alive. It's the balance of power. It's a right. It's a birthright. It is the most important element of this whole process. Understanding and physically protecting our birthright. Anyway, we're at the top. God bless the Republic. Death to the New World Order. We shall prevail, ladies and gentlemen. The empire is on the run. We're on the march, kicking them in the ass every step of the way until we win. Thank you.
That was Mark Conkey. Great job, Mark. Words of wisdom. Listen. One of the things that I saw last week going back to New York, right on Route 81 from my friend Paul's house, wasn't a convoy of UN vehicles, but was a convoy of Bradley vehicles, American Bradley vehicles. And what was odd about this, obviously, other than the fact that they were heading down 81 in an area that has no military bases, is they were manned. They had people on top in the pods with guns on our highways. And this was just last week, and that's for real. That was really real. And then I saw more on 81 as I got closer to Syracuse. Bradley's with the top with people on top manning guns. It was odd. I had never seen that. Most of the time I see them, they're on flatbeds covered in tarps. So I don't know what that signifies, but it wasn't fake UN vehicles, it was real American vehicles, and they're on the highways and they were armed and they were manned. So up next we have Jim Loftus. He was here yesterday. We love having him here. He's an enthusiastic American, and I think you'll enjoy.
The sun goes silent as the hours pass away. I'm sleeping in the afternoon. I'm everything. From ocean for a whisper of change.
Check 1 2, check testing 1. Check 1 2, testing 1 2 3. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Testing 1 2 3, check 1 2. Test check 1 2, testing 1, check 1 2. Check 1 2, testing 1, check 1 2. Check 1 2. How's it sound out there?
Sounds great here. Do you need anything in your monitor?
Check. I'm pretty good.
Cool.
It's loud enough and everything. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, everything's perfect. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. All right. Let's give it up for Mark Kernkey again. What an amazing, inspiring speech. I think for every generation's revolution, you need great speakers to instigate and get the crowd going. And I feel I've known Paul for over 30 years, and sometimes when we know all this information, sometimes I was saying to a couple of the Poker Face band members that, you know, it can stay there and it doesn't get out. You don't speak enough to other people about what's going on. And so this whole Freedom Palooza is such an inspiration because it helps us to, you know, to get those thoughts into where we speak. We don't just keep it to ourselves. So anyway, that speech inspired me, and I thought I'd go in a little different direction musically to begin. A couple songs from Les Miserables, the Broadway show, and I hope you like this. Do you hear the people singing a song of angry men? It is the music of a people who will not be slaves again. When the beating of your heart echoes the beating of the drums, there is a life to start when tomorrow comes. Will you join in our crusade? Who will be strong and stand with me? Beyond the barricade, is there a world you long to see? Then join in the fight that will give us the right to be free. Do you hear the people singing a song of angry men? It is the music of a people who will not be slaves again. When the beating of your heart echoes the beating of the drums, there is life about to start when tomorrow comes. When tomorrow comes. There's a grief that can't be spoken. There's a pain goes on and on. Empty chairs at empty tables, for my friends, they're dead and gone. Here they talked on revolution. Here it was they lit the flame. Here they sang about tomorrow, and tomorrow never came. In the table, in the corner, I could see a world reborn. And they rose with voices ringing, and I can hear them now. The very words that they had sung became their last communion in that lonely barricade at dawn. Oh, my friends, forgive me that I'm here and you are gone. There's a grief that can't be spoken, there's a pain goes on and on. Phantom shadows at the windows, phantom shadows on the floor. Empty chairs and empty tables, for my friends will sing no more. Oh, my friends, don't ask me what your sacrifice was for. Empty chairs and empty tables, where my friends will sing no more. God on high, hear my prayer in my need. You have always been there. He is young, he's afraid. Let him rest, heaven blessed. Bring him home, bring him home, bring him home. He's like the sun I might have known if God had granted me a son. The summers die one by one. How soon they fly on, and I am old and will be gone. Bring him peace, bring him joy. He is young, he is only a boy. You can take, you can give. Let him be, let him live. If I die, let me die. Let him live. Bring him home. 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 Do you hear the people singing a song of angry men? It is the music of a people who will not be slaves again. When the beating of your hearts echo the beating of the drums, there is a life about to start when tomorrow comes. When tomorrow comes. Thank you. That was the only musical way I could answer Mark's speech to start with. Thank you. And now for something a little bit completely different, which I started with yesterday, a little fun novelty thing from the Kinks, and see if I can, if for those that might not have heard it yesterday, goes like this. Sandy Hook to Orlando, false flag ops just grow and grow. They want to take the guns away from you and me, and Bill and Hillary continue with that treachery. All I've got is this sunny afternoon. Save me, save me, save me from this squeeze. Yes, Barack Obama's trying to break me. Oh, I'd love to live independently. They want to take that right from me. Blazing on a sunny afternoon in the summertime, in the summertime. Freedom Palooza, it returns. 6 years straight this gathering yearns to speak the truth, expose conspiracy. And I'm so glad that I'm here Sipping at my ice cold beer, blazing on a sunny afternoon. Help me, help me, help me wake the masses. It's time for them and us to get up off of our asses. 'Cause though I'd like to live independently, they want to take that right from me as I'm blazing on this sunny afternoon in the summertime. In the summertime. In the summertime. Barack Obama's trying to break me. Oh, yes, though I'd like to live independently, they want to take that right from me. So I'm blazing on this sunny afternoon in the summertime. Thank you. I wrote those words like yesterday afternoon before I started. So, thank you to Ray Davies for half of those words. Back, I'm going to sip on my ice cold beer here. Here's a song I thought of today as well that Paul Simon wrote, but he really did adapt it from a hymn, because I believe I played it on an organ before. So you tell me if you think you recognize it, but kind of a cool song called An American Tune. Many's the time I've been mistaken, and many times confused. Yes, and often felt forsaken, and certainly misused. But I'm alright, I'm alright, just weary to my bones. Still, you don't expect to be bright and bon vivant, so far away from home, so far away from home. And I don't know a soul who's not been battered. I don't have a friend who feels at ease. I don't know a dream that's not been shattered or driven to its knees. But it's alright, it's alright. We've lived so well, so long. Still, when I think of the road we're traveling on, I wonder what went wrong. I can't help it. I wonder what went wrong. I dreamed I was dying. I dreamed that my soul rose unexpectedly, looking back down at me, smiled reassuringly. And I dreamed I was flying. High up above, my eyes could clearly see the Statue of Liberty sailing away to sea. And I dreamed I was flying. We come on the ship they call the Mayflower. We come on the ship that sailed the moon. We come in the age's most uncertain and sing an American tune. But it's all right, it's all right. You can't be forever blessed, or can you? Still tomorrow's going to be another working day. I'm trying to get some rest. Just trying to get some rest. Yes, it's all right. It's all right. Still, you don't expect to be bright and bon vivant, so far away from home. I'm just trying to get back home. Thank you. Paul Simon, American Tune. My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride. From every mountainside, let freedom reign. Our fathers, God, to thee, author of liberty, to thee we sing. Long may our land be bright, with freedom's holy lights. Protect us by thy might, great God, our King. Short and sweet, you know. Who's our next speaker, guys? Who knows? If anybody has any requests, I'll try to do some fun stuff too. Freebird? Okay. Pete Papa Hercules. Where's Peter? Pete Perk. Yeah, say that 20 times. Pick up. Okay, Pete will be up speaking next. Awesome. one of the great summer songs just for fun. Hey, where do we go? Days when the rains came down in the hollow, playing a new game, laughing and running, hey, hey, skipping and jumping in the misty morning fog. Ow, our hearts thumping at you, brown-eyed girl. You, my brown-eyed girl. Whatever happened? Tuesdays were so slow. Going down to the old man to the transistor radio. Standing in the sunlight laughing. Hide behind a rainbow wall. Slowly sliding all along the waterfall with you. Brown-eyed girl, sometimes blue. You, my brown-eyed girl. Do you remember when we used to sing sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-ti-da, just like that? Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-ti-da, la-ti-da. So hard to find my way, and now that I am on my own, I saw you just every day. My, how you've grown. I can't see my number back there, Lord. Sometimes I'm overcome thinking about making love in the green grass behind the stadium with you, a brown-eyed girl. You, my brown-eyed girl. Do you remember when we used to sing sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-ti-da, just like that? Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-ti-da. La-ti-da. Oh yeah. Oh, Van Morrison there. Thank you. All right, is Pete almost ready? One more? Okay. I want to thank Paul Tapetti and everyone that puts this together every year. And certainly check out the stream on the Freedom Palooza site if you missed any speeches. And certainly share that with friends and family, and especially family. Let's see here. I did this yesterday, but another classic, just because we don't hear these songs, and they're from our oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of gray, for purple mountain majesties of the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crowned thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. Oh, beautiful for pilgrim feet who stood in passion stress, a thoroughfare for freedom beats across the wilderness. America, America, God mend thine every flaw, confirm thy soul in self-control, thy liberty in law. Thy liberty in law. God bless America. God bless you guys here today supporting Freedom Palooza 6.
Everybody, I want to say thanks to Jim. Thanks for coming. He was here last year. He was here yesterday. Anywhere anybody can find any of your stuff? JimLoftus.com. JimLoftus.com. Definitely worth it. He's one of us. Up next, we're going to have Pete Papaheracles. Pick a pack of pickled Papaheracles. Try to say that 15 times fast. The director of outreach for the American Free Press, author of a new book, America's Racial Powder Keg. He's going to come up here right now and speak a little bit about his new book. And don't forget that there is a racial powder keg. It's okay to hate white people, but it's not okay to hate back. I guess you can't be good. You know, I often say I'm not a good white guy. I'm a less bad white guy as a joke. But it's not as funny anymore when I say that. So be loud, be proud. We got Poker Face coming up next. We had a noise complaint, so I'm going to encourage everybody to click it up one notch, add a couple of decibels to their voice. We got a permit. This is our last year here. Most of the people have been kind to us around here. A couple of guys that haven't. So, you know, we're going to carry on. They're not going to stop us. Okay, without further ado, Mr. Pete Papaheracles to talk about his new book.
Hello. How are you guys doing? Pleasure to be here among friends for the sixth time now. Never would have thought it'd be 6 years, but here we are, 6 years in a row. And met a lot of friends here, had a great time. Remember a lot of stories, a lot of conversations, time spent with all of you, with the great late Jim Trafficant, of course, who, how can we forget him? He was the highlight of this event and will be remembered as such, I think. The subject of what I'm going to speak about is the this book that, let me adjust this stupid thing. There we go. I think that does it. America's Racial Powder Keg came out last year. It's compiled and edited by Victor Thorne. Victor Thorne, I'm sure most of you know him, is one of the top, if not the top, conspiracy writer in America today. Not only that, he's probably the most prolific writer out there. He keeps sending me his books. He writes them faster than I can read them. I can't keep up with this guy. He's written somewhere around 60 books by now. And unlike many other authors that sort of write about the same thing, I mean, Victor mixes it up. This guy is just so all over the place on so many different subjects. He just delves into everything. So he's an awesome guy. And he edited this book. He put it together. Him and I wrote it together. Most of it, though, other than a few articles that the two of us wrote, is from American Free Press articles, somewhere from 2012 until this was published last year, for about 3 years. And much of it goes back to when the Trayvon Martin incident occurred. And we started focusing a bit more on the race issue. I mean, American Free Press has always been partly about the race issue, but this kind of brought the race issue more into national attention. And I wrote a few articles. One of the articles I had written then was, they changed the title of it. It was called While America Wept for Trayvon. And I was getting all these emails and looking at all these articles of black on white crime in America that nobody knew about. Everybody was talking about what a victim Trayvon Martin was, but didn't really know about the huge black on white crime in America. I mean, every day I would get things from people. Dave Gahary was notorious for this. He'd send stuff every day, you know, oh, Negro animals kill white people. Oh, they stab woman and child. They do this. I mean, all the time. And I'm talking about every day, if not every day, every other day, there was some heinous crime committed by blacks on whites, and not a peep in the media. At most, you might have had the local media mention it, usually without stating what the race was. Maybe, you know, some urban youth committed this, some nameless person. But, you know, you hear the name, obviously, you know, Shanakwan somebody, or, you know, Tyrone or something, and you kind of know it's a black person. But in any case, the average American, the average white American, thinks that the race problem in America is whites being racist against blacks, mostly because they don't want to accept the fact that they're equal and think that they're better than blacks, therefore they're racist. So, as I imagine most of you know, the Trayvon Martin case was completely different than it was portrayed. Trayvon Martin was beating up on Zimmerman and was about to grab his own gun and kill him. Zimmerman was lucky to be alive by beating him to it, by grabbing his own gun before Trayvon Martin got it. He had him down on the ground and he was on top of him and he was just pounding on his face. He was like about 6 inches taller than Zimmerman. He ambushed him. He just attacked him from the bushes. This guy was the neighborhood watch a guy there that was basically trying to do his job, because Trayvon Martin was looking, he was scoping out these houses with the intent of burglarizing them. It was pretty obvious. He was high on a bunch of stuff. But the media portrayed him. They showed pictures of him when he was like 12 years old and was telling all these stories, how he went to the 7-Eleven to get his little Skittles and came back and was killed by the evil Zimmerman. Nothing could be further from the truth. Then, of course, we had the Michael Brown incident that happened a couple of years later. And again, it was portrayed in the same way. They'd show pictures of Michael Brown, who was an animal. This guy was like, I don't know, like 6'4" or something, weighed 300 pounds. He was a beast. And again, they showed pictures of him when he was in junior high school with his little, school jacket on, looking as if he was some well-behaved, innocent, black child that was killed by a criminal white cop. And of course, they kept pushing the envelope after that with so many other cases, like the, what was that guy's name? Gray in Baltimore. The other guy in New York that was, again, supposedly killed by cops that had a heart attack while they were handcuffing him, and all these things. That won many of these cases, and it was portrayed as the whites attacking or killing, rather, blacks, and especially white cops trying to killing black innocents. At the same day, really, if not the next day, that the Michael Brown incident happened in Ferguson, there was an incident in Salt Lake City where a black cop killed a white youth, about 20 years old, who had done absolutely nothing. He came out of the 7-Eleven, and the cops had been called there because some mistaken identity type of thing, and he was there with a couple of his buddies, and they were telling everybody to put their hands up. He had some headphones on, listening to music, didn't hear the cop, and the cop shoots him in the back. A black cop kills him. You heard absolutely nothing in the media about this. Whereas in the Michael Brown case, the cop, Michael Brown, actually attacked the cop, was punching his face through the window of the car, and grabbed his gun and was turning the gun against the officer, trying to shoot him with his own gun. He was, again, lucky to be able to push him away, and then he chased him down the street, told him to stop several times, and what did Michael Brown do? Instead of stopping, he charged towards the cop. He took a few shots and told him stop, and he wouldn't stop. He just kept coming at him. So the whole case was completely misrepresented. So why is that? Well, that's the subject of this book, America's Racial Powder Keg, because, and the title is such because there's forces that are pushing racial tensions in America, promoting racial tensions. And shortly after this book came out, as a matter of fact, it hadn't come out yet. It was at the printers, but we put out a special issue on American Free Press. I was hoping it would make it into the book, but it was a little bit late, which was about George Soros. It was clearly proven that George Soros was the main person and has been the main person instigating these racial tensions. He's the guy that came up with this Black Lives Matter and hands up, don't shoot, and all these things that the media picked up and made a big deal about. He's the guy that funded all the riots that happened in Ferguson. And what most people don't know is most of those riots weren't by local people. They would have people bust from Chicago, from other cities, and they would have organized, you could even tell all their signs were printed. They said, similar things, and they even had the company that printed them underneath. So somebody brought them there and gave them these signs and says, go protest. This wasn't a grassroots protest that was happening. So, the cover of the book has a picture here of Obama and Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, and Eric Holder at the top. And at the bottom here, there's this guy from the new Black Panthers called King Shabazz. You might know him. He's the guy that says, I want to kill all the white babies, kill cracker babies. When I kill all the whites, bring their heads home in a suitcase. All these crazy stuff, publicly saying it. And nobody's stopping him. So the reason that these guys are put together is because they work together. And they work really under George Soros and other forces that work with George Soros, of course. But George Soros is, God, this guy must be like Rothschild's right-hand guy. He's like, he's like the New World Order, single-handedly. I'm sure all of you know something about him, but this guy has spent like over $8 billion on all these subversive organizations, whether they're, funding La Raza, funding the homosexuals, the transgenders, abortion, everything that's against tradition, this guy is all for it under the guise of philanthropic endeavors, and he gives money to orphanages and hospitals to make it seem like he's a philanthropist. But essentially, what he does is fund thousands, over 2,000 of these NGOs that are organized to go out and do protests and demonstrations and all kinds of stuff. And he's got a huge, huge media arm. If you count all the different media outlets that he has here and in Europe, he reaches something like 70 million people. So this guy is a major force in the culture distortion part of the New World Order. So anyway, so this guy was behind it, and they'll have race pimps like Al Sharpton going up there crying racism all the time, and Jesse Jackson, of course, and Eric Holder implements a lot of these laws. I mean, he went after the police department in Ferguson when the jury found that the police officer was innocent. He had a federal investigation, and again found he couldn't find anything to pin on him. But he sure as hell tried. And Obama, of course, would go up on public media, and in the Trayvon Martin case, he would say, if he had a son, he'd look just like Trayvon. So he sort of starts the race baiting, and then these other guys kind of chime in, and then the media, of course, anybody, all the black celebrities, starting from like Oprah Winfrey and Jimmy Fox, right? So all these guys would come out and say the same exact things as the media line of how the blacks are victims and how the whites are racist and how, something needs to be done and that type of thing. So for the average person that hasn't connected the dots, they can't imagine that such a wide spectrum of opinion makers are saying one thing, whereas reality is completely different. So, the book is a compilation of that. And we also have some articles there. Victor wrote an article about the LA riots that he was actually involved in because, well, not involved in, but he lived in LA at the time and he witnessed them firsthand. And, that was another thing, the Rodney King issue, that was completely misrepresented. The media showed us Rodney King getting beat up by the cops, but didn't show why Rodney King was getting beat up by the cops. He had attacked the cops. He was driving 100 miles an hour down the wrong side of the road. He was high on PCP. He had been arrested, I don't know, hundreds of times. He was like a mega criminal. He would sell PCP to children along with other drugs. He was a rapist, a burglar, everything, you name it. This guy was a mega criminal. And that particular night, the cops had been chasing him for like half an hour or more. And they finally cornered him and he crashed the car into a wall. And then he came out attacking the cops. He beat up a couple of cops before they were able to subdue him. But the way the media portrayed it, they only focused on the part where he was getting beat up by the cops, not even showing that the reason the cops were beating him up wasn't just out of revenge for what he had done, but he was resisting arrest. They were telling him, like, we're trying to put the handcuffs on him, and he just kept getting back up. So all that was not mentioned, and everything was shown from the spectrum of black victimhood and white oppression. So how far back does this go? I mean, we see now that it's escalated to where these tensions are really becoming a big thing. I mean, you go out there and say white lives matter, and you're like a racist. You get attacked by, or even if you say all lives matter, even that's racist. You're only supposed to say black lives matter. So this whole thing has taken on surreal dimensions. The book was intended to bring some awareness to the real facts of what's going on and try to deal with some of the causes behind them. So who's behind all this? George Soros, at least at this particular time. But this didn't start today, of course. The whole idea of blacks being portrayed as victims goes back a very long time. Well, yeah, well, Hollywood, but even beyond Hollywood, really. Um, we have a quote here in this book um, that goes back to 1910. Now, you know, the NAACP, for those who don't know, was really organized by Jews. It wasn't the blacks that organized the NAACP because they were victimized and they wanted rights. Everybody in the NAACP until 1960s was a Jew. I think they had a token mulatto at some point in the beginning. Dubois, I think was his name. But he had nothing to do with organizing it. And it was at the same time that they organized the ADL, a couple of years before they got the Federal Reserve going. So it was at the time that the Jews were gaining a lot of power. So the plan was to use the blacks and portray them as victims for many reasons. One of them being so they themselves, as Jews, could also be seen as victims. So once they created the victim cult, then it's, especially with the Holocaust afterwards, they themselves were the ultimate victims. And who was the villain? Well, the white man. It's always been the white man ever since, well, with the Frankfurt School, really. I mean, their plan was, the Frankfurt School was an organization that started in Europe in the 1920s. And the plan was to demonize, it was communism. It's really referred to as cultural communism. And the plan was to subvert Western institutions and soften them up so that they can bring about communism in on the sly. So what they realized was that the pillar of Western civilization was the white man. So they wanted to destroy family, they wanted to destroy nationhood, they wanted to destroy religion and racial identity. So in order to do that, they had to take down the white man as a leader in his community, a leader in his family, a leader in his country. So everything really ultimately ends up making the white man look like the oppressor of everyone. Even the women's movement, the women's suffrage movement, and then the feminist movement, again, who was the bad guy in that one? The white males, of course, and they oppressed their wives because whatever, they had them wash the dishes and do the laundry. But of course, no mention was said as to what the men did. You know, the men had to go fight the wars. The men had to do all the hard work, build the houses, bring food on the table, and all these things. But no, because the women had to wash dishes, now the males were oppressive. So anyway, that was a key element. A lot of people don't focus on that. And I don't want to go too much into it in this conversation, but it's essential because that, you know, they, in a way, they turned women against men in feeling like they were the victims of the white men. So once women felt like, oh, the government now was on their side and was defending them against the man that was abusing them, then they essentially became sympathetic to all these other victimhood causes, namely the blacks. So they became very supportive of the civil rights movement, for instance. They became, the Jews with the Holocaust, and because it plays to the female sense of compassion, if you will. And now, of course, we have the homosexual movement and now the transgender. In a few years, I guess you're going to have sympathy for pedophiles, bestiality, who knows what, you know. But it's moving in that direction to where it's, yeah, so that's where they're going. So the thing is, it all comes under this sympathy for the oppressed. The quote I was going to read was from 1910 by this guy named Israel Cohen. Some people have claimed that, you know, this was fabricated, but, you know, they say that about a lot of things. The thing is, how can you tell? Well, because what they say has really come to pass. And this is it says, okay, none of these examples, though, compares to the blueprint for racial strife, which arose in 1912 from a Jewish reactionary named Israel Cohen. In his book, A Racial Program for the 20th Century, Cohen wrote, "We must realize our party's most powerful weapon is racial tension. By pounding into the consciousness of the dark races that for centuries they have been oppressed by the whites, we can mold them to the program of the Communist Party. In America, we will aim for subtle victory. While inflaming the Negro minority against the whites, we will endeavor to instill in the whites a guilt complex for their exploitation of the Negroes. We will aid the Negroes to rise to prominence in every walk of life, in the professions, and in the world of sports and entertainment. With this prestige, Negroes will be able to intermarry with whites and begin a process which will deliver America to our cause." What? More? That's it? I think so. Yeah. Okay, not too much more. Okay, so so we see, the plan going at least as far as back as that. But if you trace it beyond that, you see that it goes back to the Civil War. It goes back. I traced it. Well, you can go even further than that with the whole abolitionist movement. To what extent did the Jews have something to do with that? I don't know. They certainly had a big hand to do with slavery in the first place because they brought the blacks here. But as far as the Civil War, they definitely were instrumental in playing the race card on that. And they actually, this book that kind of started the whole idea of blacks being victims of whites was Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. And that was written, I think, in 1852, a few years before the Civil War, and had a lot to do with starting the Civil War. Not the Civil War, the Civil War was about slavery, but slavery did become an issue used in order to justify the Northern aggression towards the South. So, and the book was published by a company named Jewison Press. I don't know who owned it, but the name is kind of suspect. Yeah, and it was the most publicized book and the best-selling book, other than the Bible, in the 19th century, Uncle Tom's Cabin. So this was the book that started, it started the Civil War, but started people thinking, especially the Northerners, and then especially the more liberals, thinking along the lines of blacks being victims of white oppression. So, fast forwarding to today, we have blacks constantly asking for more reparations from whites for what whites have done to them. And what have they done to them? Of course, it goes back to slavery. Now, most whites, I think, have kind of bought into it because they look at the blacks and they see that the blacks are not performing at the same level as whites. And being that they bought into the whole idea of equality, they're saying, well, if we're all equal and they're not performing equally, something must be the cause. What could be the cause? Well, it's white oppression against them. Slavery. Well, they're not slaves anymore. Well, yeah, but all these years, it's taken a long time to really turn things around. And then you had discrimination for decades, and now you have white privilege and all these things, all these excuses really as to why blacks are not performing equally to whites. Well, the fact of the matter is they're not performing equally because we're not equal. Nobody's equal. Equality is a myth. Nothing is equal to anything. But when it comes to race, there's definitely inequality among the races. Doesn't mean one race is better than the other, but it does mean that there's differences. And these differences have been proven by dozens, if not hundreds, of anthropologists and studies that have been done in a lot of different aspects of human behavior. that show that there's big differences. Now, we all know that there are, but somehow when you say it, you're a racist. And what is a racist? I'm a racist by definition. What does that mean? That I hate other people? No, that's not what a racist is. The dictionary will tell you a racist is somebody who believes that there's differences between the races beyond the color of their skin. And a second definition would be if you think that your race is better than other races. Well, I'd have to say that I'm guilty of both then, because I definitely think that there's differences beyond the color of their skin. But I also think that my race is better. Why is it better? In what way? Well, if I look around, everything I look at, my race has made. You know, we discovered electricity. We discovered the lights, the microphone, the speakers, the automobiles, the air condition. I mean, which one of those things did blacks discover? Are we getting paid dividends for the fact that they're using them today? Why not? They want reparations for slavery. And why was slavery so bad? And why were we responsible for that? That's another question that people have to stop and think about. Blacks were already slaves in Africa. The whites didn't go over there chasing them down in the savannah to catch them like we've been seeing in movies like Roots and other Amistad and all these other propaganda films. The blacks were already slaves to their own black slave owners. And mainly the Jew slave traders, like Aaron Lopez, as Pastor Eli said earlier, they sold them to the slave traders. Okay, so the blacks came here. We didn't enslave them. Well, as whites, we just, what was our sin? That we ended up buying them from the Jew slave traders. Well, only 1% of whites had slaves anyway. You know, all the plantation owners, the average white person didn't have slaves. But there's so many ways to look at this. You know, whites were slaves already before the blacks. They say that the first black slave was bought by a black person in America. They have his name somewhere. I don't quite remember it. But slavery, we can't be blamed for it. Now, they went from one form of slavery in Africa, and they were brought here, and they were slaves here. Well, were they better as slaves in Africa than slaves here? I don't think so. I mean, in Africa, they had to live under primitive conditions. You know, they had to live with malaria, they had yellow fever, they had didn't have clothes, didn't have shoes, didn't have a roof over their head. Here, they came here, so they had to pick some cotton. It wasn't back-breaking work. But, you know, they had shoes, they had clothes, they had medical, you know, care. They had civilization. They had a roof over their head. They had 3 square meals a day. They didn't have to go out hunting animals to get food. So they were infinitely better just by coming here. And how about the fact that 600,000 or 700,000 white men died in the Civil War so that the blacks could get emancipated? They didn't fight for the freedom themselves. The whites fought the Civil War. Now, I know the Civil War wasn't for the blacks, but that's the myth anyway. So if we emancipated them when they were slaves all these hundreds of thousands of years, then how come we don't get any credit for that? Why do we still owe them? And then, of course, over the years, we've given them, since 1965, who knows, untold billions and trillions of dollars of welfare and child support and reparations and grants and all this kind of stuff. So at what point does this white guilt end? And why should there be any white guilt in the first place? So I think these are the things that, that you know, well, the book gets into, but I think all of us need to understand a little bit better. You know, slavery was an institution that existed for thousands and thousands of years. Even Jesus Christ doesn't condemn slavery. Everybody says, "Oh yeah, well Jesus Christ condemns that it was terrible. It's against the Bible." No, he doesn't. If you look at your Bible, he tells slaves to just be obedient to their masters and not make trouble and that type of thing. At no point does he condemn it. Aristotle, who was the greatest thinker in the Western world, influenced Western civilization for hundreds and thousands of years. He was pro-slavery. St. Thomas Aquinas, he was pro-slavery. John Locke, one of the founding intellectuals where Thomas Jefferson got his all his ideas from. He was for pro-slavery. So I'm not saying slavery is good, but slavery was an institution that existed and still exists. If you go today to several countries, Mauritania, a country in Africa, 20% of its people are slaves today, legally. The system still has 20% of the nation as slaves. So slavery wasn't abolished. We abolished it. We were one of the first countries to abolish it because we were, progressive thinking and all that. So rather than getting credit for having abolished slavery and emancipated the blacks, we're having to pay endless compensation and have to deal with the guilt of having had the blacks as slaves. So I see the guys here getting ready to play, so I think they're trying to tell me something. So I'll wrap this up. Yeah. Well, gee, I didn't talk that long, guys. Some other people talk much longer than me, I think. Okay. But anyway, I'll wrap it up. And, well, I have some copies of these books, not many. You can get it from American Free Press and other sources. It goes for $20. I get a few copies. I'll give them to anybody here for like $10 if you want one. Get it and try to understand the race issue more. I know most of you do understand it, but I think to some extent, all of us have bought into the idea that, well, we're kind of guilty for the slavery thing and it was so wrong. Well, we shouldn't feel guilty about any of it because we liberated the blacks. They should be giving us reparations for bringing them here and giving them an opportunity at the land of opportunity. That's what I say. I tell them blacks should be giving us reparations. Yeah, and how about reparations for all the stuff? Every time you see a black guy using a cell phone and doing other, well, he wouldn't have had any of that stuff if it wasn't for the white people, So how come we're not getting reparations for that? So anyway, that's all I have to say. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and all I can say is white is right. Thank you.
Hey, brother Pete, good stuff, man.
Try acoustic now.
How's that sound? Could it be my cord? Could it be my cord? Could it be my cord? Oh, yeah? Okay. Right. Is there more torture in life than that? I mean, right. Stephen Welling? I know, man. You guys are. It's horrible, this stuff.
All right, what do you need?
No, it's good, man. Just more vocal monitor and just make sure these guys are in it. Check, check, check. 2. More. Guitar sounds good. Checky, checky, checky. Check it 2, 1, 2. Freedom Palooza 6. Wrapping up tonight. Moving it to Central PA. Check it 2, check it 2. For us, this is what the Forefathers Weekend is all about, is paying homage to those who died and suffered so that we could be free today, not to lose it to some communist society. I'm done, man. You need to take it to Kevin, man.
We were just talking about I need all sorts of stuff. My bass needs to work, my guitars need to work.
Hey, Ben. Buddy Dennis here needs to go see Dad, man. Okay? Make that happen.
Ready to give you some bass.
I'm still not getting good signal up here. Mute me for a minute.
Okay, hang on. Go ahead, you're muted. All right, Brent, I'll go with you.
Dan, you can cut the acoustic in my monitor in half. Thank you. You need to hear some dirty guitar?
Yeah.
It's great here too. Thank you.
How's your vocals?
Very good. Very good. I mean, my vocals aren't, but I can hear them.
You got muted, go ahead. Okay, drum sound good. You go okay up there, Chuck? Yes. All right. Can you guys hear everything? You want to go through real quick?
No, just start, man.
All right.
You need to check this.
Yeah, more acoustic in the monitor, man.
Is that not acoustic in the monitor for you?
Got
We're doing
everything
it.
you need?
Yeah, start with Freedom, brother. Freedom, not just words to me. They mean everything about liberty. So walk them by your brothers and me. Help them out. They give us something to eat. What else to say? What they doing? I'm gonna pay to do. You don't believe that we're coming for me, gonna be coming for you. walk on by down this river of life. You live your life like your daddy did. The butterflies right in front of me. If you don't want me to kick your ass, why don't you say what you doing to me? Gonna make do it for you. Don't believe now come for me, come for you. Freedom, not just words to me. They mean everything about our God-given liberty. Don't walk around your brothers in need. Help them out. Give us all the why don't you say what's it doing to me? Come and make do it to you. You don't believe that coming for me, coming for you. Yeah. For you, now feel the truth, people. If you do not stand up for the right today, then do not love for your children tomorrow. Daddy. Vocal or acoustic?
Thank you, guys.
Check two. I'd love to change the world, but I don't know what to. I'd love to change the world, and I leave it up to. And I love to change the world, and I leave it up to you. Boys came down from the mountainside, said New from a farmland, hills of a gambling man. I want to build a ball and another child goes in the promised land. Don't take away my promised land. I say they come take away my land from a farmland. Conspiracy is not what the world really knows for sure. Secrets passed through the centuries, only by the chosen few. The beach out on for the common good, never say it that you love. Loving us all together under the socialist brotherhood. Come take away my promised land. Say they come take away my land from farmland. America, if not for you, America, grandma, not for you, America, not to you, America, not for you, not for you. Living not for you, living not for you. I was the one who's giving this gun just enough for you. I will die for you. I will live and die for you. I will live and die for you. And I will live and die for you. The masters don't make the history, it's all about the driven few. People in time, we took a stand to fight for promised land. Never be another child to fix his lying rhymes. Joining together of the common man to a new world over yeah. Don't take away my promised land. They come take away my land from the farmland. America, living not for you. America, grandma, not for you. America, to you. America, living not for you. Living not for you. Living not for you. Living not for you. I'll live and die for America.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Song's called Tear It Down. It's what we want to do to BC.
We're sick and tired of what you say and what you put us through day after day. All the lives, all the games, all the lives you wasted, and all my money you bastards paid. If my dreams would come true, we take it all back on you. If my dreams would come true, we tear it down inside again. My dreams would come true, take it all back on you. If my dreams would come true, we tear it down inside again. Inside again. We're sick and tired of how you behave. And all the shit that goes down there day after day. Maybe one day you will see we take that walls out. And then it's to the hell. You bastard. Hey, if my dreams would come true, we take it all back from you. If my dreams will come true, we tear it down and start again. My dreams will come true, take it all back from you. If my dreams will come true, we tear it down and start again. Start again. If my dreams will come true, take it all back from you. If my dreams will come true, we tear it down and start again. My dreams will come true, take it all back from you. If my dreams will come true, we tear it down and start again. My dreams will come true, we take it all back from you. My dreams will come true, you get it, she's taking my hand. You make it all back from you. Do we carry left to say goodbye? Please, oh dear brother, can you help me? Help me find my way. I seem to lost my way. Please, oh dear brother, can you show me? Show me right from wrong. To help us get along. Please, mother, dear mother, can you raise me? Be a bold man, help me understand. Please, Father, dear Father, can you grow me to be a strong man, stronger than I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Can you help me find my way? Help me get back home. Brother, dear brother, can you help me? Help me get back home. I've been drifting for so long, My body aches, my spirit's numb. And I've been traveling down the road alone. 'Cause I'm just trying to get back home. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Can you help me find my way? Help me get back home. Brother, dear brother, can you help me? Help me get back home. Get back home. Brother, have you mercy, mercy for my soul, the things that I've done wrong. Dear God, dear brother, can you bless me? Bless me with your love so I can be like home. Yes, I do, yes, I do. Can you help me find a way? Help me get back home. Oh, dear brother, can you help me? Help me get back home.
Thank you, guys.
All right, little Don't Walk Away. Couple on guitar, heavy. And that's about it for this year. Working out a faster than you've ever before. Let's try and stay even with the Smith and Jones. Lately I've been thinking, what's the use? Hanging by the thread, but it feels like a noose. This is what I say, and it was there every day. Feel a price to pay. Don't walk away. Pushing my shopping cart down the street. No more, no rent, no heat, hey, this box is cheap. Dumpster diving under the moonlight. Two blinds and blinds, please look out on the beat. This is what I say, and I was there every day. So they are proud to pay and walk away. Riders on the wall, riders on the wall, riders on the wall, riders on the wall. Keep on walking by me, like I don't exist. Never I'll go out your hands, blow me a kiss. Yeah, I got nothing to live for, nothing nothing to lose. When I take up my frustration, and we kick your ass. This is what I'm saying, and it was there every day. There'll be a price to pay, don't walk away. This is what I say, getting funkier every day. There'll be a price to pay, don't walk away.
Appreciate it, guys.
No more acoustic.
Yeah, it's a short set so that Fred's gonna have. Uno, dos, tres, 14.
I feel nothing, nothing but pain and misery. You always wanting something, something from nothing. That's what you do. I can see right through you and what you do. I see through. Why must you breathe so much insecurity from your greed? I can live right through you and what you do. I break free from these chains. That's my faith. I can live right through you and watch what you do.
All right, we got Brother Fritz Springmeyer coming up next. Our brothers, the Tank, and Brother Art, to finish off the night. Hey, we want to thank everybody for showing up, everybody for listening on the stream for Freedom Palooza 2016. Give greater glory to God, man, in the highest. For it's all this is possible. Thank you.
Thanks again, guys.
This one working? I think we're just going to be down here. Now, which side do you want your stand on? Poker face, guys. Poker face. Yeah. All right. Our next guest is Fritz Springmeyer, researcher, lecturer, author. One of his most famous books are the series on Illuminati bloodlines. Those are the ones I find the most interesting. Fritz, he's going to speak for close to an hour tonight. This stream is going to go live, and we're going to be able to share the information that he shares with us. We're going to be able to share it with all our friends after the show. So put your hands together for Fritz Springmeyer, guys.
Okay. Can they hear me okay? Okay. So I picked up the phone and I heard the voice of a frantic, distraught grandmother. And she was telling me how her grandson, 3 years old, Mitchell, had fallen on his head and damaged his growth plate. And so the first doctor that looked at Mitchell and the x-rays said his growth plate is broken where it can't heal, and at some point he's going to die. Well, of course, they didn't like that prognosis, so they took him to get a second opinion. The second doctor looked at the x-rays and said the same thing. So she frantically called me and she said, Fritz, will you please pray for Mitchell? I called up 3 other brothers of mine that were in ministry. We went over there, put Mitchell in the middle of us, and we prayed. And we were praying with our heads bowed. We could all feel when the Holy Spirit came down and healed him. And we all looked up simultaneously and said at the same moment, he's healed. Now, there's a reason I've started with that story. It's because the major theme on this talk is what inspires you? You know, what's the keys to winning? Yeah. When I was at West Point, my class of 1977, our class motto was Esprit de Corps, which means the spirit, you know. The spirit, what is the spirit? What's the morale? What's motivating you? You know, if you're into muscle testing, if you ask someone whether something's true or not, if it's false, they don't have any strength. If it's true, they've got strength. And it's the same way in life. What is motivating us? If you have lost your wallet, you walk into the store, you know, I lost my wallet. Is it here? If you look at someone who's lost something, you can tell that they're really sincerely motivated, you know? And sometimes in life, you may have to make that kind of decision. Is this person for real or is he not? You know, what's inspiring him? The spiritual is real. There's many different facets of life out there, many different facets we could talk about, many different things that are coming at us. But what motivates us is very important. And so the physical merges with the spiritual, just like in this story. There are miracles. And sometimes when I'm facing people and I'm talking, I sort of feel like that movie Karate Kid, you know, where he's like, I want to become good at karate. And then the guy's going, wax on, wax off. You know, that's not his image of how to become this super karate kid. There's a lot of things in life that we think we know how to get there, but we're going down the wrong path. I'm going to talk about some important things tonight. I'm going to talk about what's important in life, you know, just what is important. And if I ask most people out there what's important, the answers that they give me would actually, in my opinion, a lot of people would give the wrong answer as what's important. But of course, we just saw this life or death situation with Mitchell, and you're going to be in those kind of situations. You may be in the same situation as that grandmother where you have someone who's dying in front of you. And how are you going to face that, right? What are you going to do? Do you have the faith to power on through, or is it going to take you out? So, a very excellent true story from history to illustrate what is important and what isn't. You know, because most people think, okay, man, if I had all the women and the booze, the wine and the women, you know, and I was on some tropical Tahitian island, that's all I need in life, right? You know? Well, there was actually a group of people that got exactly that. And guess how it happened, or what happened? You're going to hear the story, because most of you have probably seen the 1962 movie Mutiny on the Bounty. I'm assuming you have. Marlon Brando playing Fletcher Christian, who was the leader of some mutineers. It's based on what really happened. During the time of the American Revolution, there was a British ship in the Pacific, and their captain, Captain Bligh, was a tyrant. We all know what tyrants are like. We've had our share of them in our lives. And the crew realized, hey, we can mutiny. We can stick this jerk on one of the life rafts and get rid of them with whoever's loyal to them. And we can go back. We can get all the women we want. We can get all the booze we want. And we can go to one of these remote islands, and we can have the time of our life for the rest of our lives. That's what they did. They went to a remote island, Pitcairn Island. Do you know what the rest of the story is? Well, here's what the rest of the story is. Yes, they were enjoying their booze, they were enjoying their women, and they murdered all of each other. And because they were neglecting the spiritual. They were totally into the carnal, and they didn't know how to handle being. They were basically animals. They got down to becoming animals, and there was only one mutineer that survived the carnage, and he was all left alone. And he happened to find the Word of God, a Bible, and he read it, and he realized, oh, this is what I'm lacking in my life. And so he dedicated his life to Christ. He turned his life around, and now essentially everybody on Pitcairn Island who's that a descendant of his is a Christian that goes to church. Christ also talked about a similar thing. He said there's this guy, he's into materialism, he's building these big barns. You know, you can picture this farmer, he's got the biggest tractors, he's putting all this money into things, his toys. He's going to make big money. And Christ said, you know what he's doing? He's being foolish. He's neglecting the spiritual. So it's important for us to think about how do we win, what's inspiring us, because what's going to inspire us to power on through is going to make the difference. I was a West Pointer. Whether you're at West Point or whether you're in one of these elite military groups, you know, Navy SEALs, for instance, what is the key thing that's going to make you victorious? And by the way, some of these super troopers may end up being arrayed against the common person. So you need to study your enemy, right? You need to understand them a little bit. They're going to be highly motivated because the military has learned that what makes a good super trooper, you know, it's not how intelligent he is, but it's how much grit he has. It's how much determination. It's if he will power through when the going gets tough. That's the kind of inspiration and grit you need. And it's not something that I can hand you, but I'm hoping that there's some people with ears to hear that will say, you know what, I'm lacking in some of these areas. And so I'm going to move in the direction of where I can develop these, right? And you can. We're going to be talking about the truth because Christ said the truth shall set you free. That's very important. When you know that you have the truth behind you, you know you're right, you have power. If you don't believe that, you're going to be powerless. That's why all the great armies, the Roman army, the Nazi army, all of these great armies, they had chaplains. They concerned themselves with the spiritual. Gott mit uns on the German uh, belt buckle, God with us, and they had chaplains in their army. The Romans, as the Roman soldiers went forward, their commanders were always put a lot of effort that the gods would be in their favor so that the men would feel like they had God with them. So if you feel that you are on the side of justice and righteousness, you know that God's on your side, right there, you're going to be inspired. Plus, you just might get some divine help, like this miracle I was talking about. So, this is very important. I'm going to look at a little story, a time period here. A lot of people that are listening may be into art and they may know one of the greatest pieces of art. It's the Last Supper that Leonardo da Vinci painted. It wasn't a fresco. It was a 15 by 29 foot wall art that he did. That he was paid to do by a guy named Sforza. It's one of the families that I exposed. And Leonardo da Vinci himself was probably a member, to the best of my understanding. He was a member, he was a Grand Master of the Priory of Zion, as well as probably from, some of these memberships. I can't say 100% sure, but I'd say I'm pretty sure he was Illuminati too. And which touches on another point. A lot of the great people in history that we are taught to look up to were actually working as part of this system, this world system that wants to enslave us. But this whole story involves a lot of stuff: hidden technology, hidden knowledge, deals on the bloodlines that we're dealing with, secret societies, codes, just this painting that I'm talking about. So he's hired to paint the Last Supper. Now, what's important about the Last Supper? This was when Jesus Christ told his disciples, there's one of you that's going to betray me. And he took and he dipped his food and he said that you can tell where I'm dipping my food who's going to betray me. Of course, they're all looking at each other. Is it me? Is it me? It is Judas in the picture of the Last Supper, which is so famous. In front of Judas, who's fifth to the left of Christ, he's got herring in front of him. Maybe he was like a red herring. I don't know. People speculate, why did Leonardo da Vinci paint him with having fish herring in front of him? But he's also holding a bag of the silver that he had gotten, the 50 pieces of money. Now, why is it important? Why is betrayal important? I have been working actively for your freedom, for humanity, for the last 30 years. I've been actively doing things, and I have been stabbed in the back and betrayed numerous times, right? And it's live and learn. You learn. Okay, this is how you pick these people out. This is what's going on. I'm going to talk about the trauma-based mind control. I'm going to talk about how they send in people. People have no business trying to take on the world system if they don't understand the trauma-based mind control and how they can be infiltrated and how they can be betrayed. It can happen so quick. You think that that person is your friend, and the next thing you know, he'll undo all of the good that you've been working hard to accomplish. So you need to learn these things. Don't rush out there. I'm not trying to make you so brave you're going to go out and get yourself killed. I'm trying to make you fight intelligently and with inspiration, and to know what to do and how to do it. That's it's not fighting hard, it's fighting intelligently. So like if you're in martial arts, you learn the key points of where to hit, and how to defend. Ulysses S. Grant, let's look at someone who was victorious, a general in the Civil War who eventually, because he kept winning, Abraham Lincoln realized this guy wins battles. So he assigned him to command the entire Federal Army, and then he took control over the Army of Potomac. Anyway, in the first battle that Grant had been in, he had been scared of the enemy. And then when the battle was finished, he realized that the other side was more afraid of him than he was of them. And he said, never again am I going to go in and fear the enemy. Never. That was entirely ridiculous, he realized. That's not how you win. And so when he took control over the Army of Potomac, they were saying, well, Robert E. Lee's going to do this, and he's going to do this, and he's going to do this. And Grant's going, you know what? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear what they're going to do to us. I want to hear what we're going to do to them. You see? And that's the kind of inspiration I want you to have, is where you realize that you have something, and where can you tap in to get that strength? I want you to realize if you've got God, really got God on your side, not just like a Nazi soldier that has a belt buckle that says it, but really genuinely have a spiritual walk, know that you're right, you're doing what's right. That's going to give you power. And a lot of people aren't going to tell you this. That's why I'm telling you this, because they're going to tell you, the bigger gun you have, or the faster gun you have, or whatever they think is the way to be successful in life. It's like the guy who built the bigger barn. It's not the bigger barn that's going to make you successful in life. And that's what Christ was trying to get across to people. As I said, Christ said, the truth shall set you free. I'm in college right now, and I'm in going back to college. I have seen where people's thinking is now. And unfortunately, this next generation that's coming along, their thinking has been so clouded that there might not even be a battle. And I'll explain to you. They're set up perfectly for mind control. My physics instructor, I thought, would be pretty 3D. Physics is a pretty matter of fact. You got this formula, you apply this math, you've got this situation, acceleration or this force or that, and it's broken down like this. It seems pretty 3D. So I was shocked when one day our physics instructor in college, he starts talking in front of the class, and he goes, there is no truth. You got your truth. You got your truth. I got my truth. There's no reality. You got your reality. I got my reality. Everybody's got their own reality. Whoa. And everybody in class is agreeing with him. Of course, I'm not, but I'm the old school, Well, if you don't believe in truth, you're not even going to look for it. Oh, I got this opinion. That makes it truth. That is what I am encountering now. That is what they have taught the kids in school. And so all of us old school people Like Mark, he got up here and said, you know, we need to stand for this. We need to stand for this. These people don't even have the mental capacity to think like that because there is no truth. Really frightening. And so I hope that if there are any young people listening, this cuts to the core with them and they realize that's how your mind controlled. If you don't have a set of beliefs, and maybe your beliefs are not right, but you need to spiritually press in and press into God and find out what you know is right and wrong. Even if you're not 100% correct, if you know what you believe, you can't be manipulated. If you believe there's no single reality or single truth, whoever wants to program you can come along and tell you whatever they want. Oh, well, yeah, that sounds right. How dangerous, how, I'll use the word frightening, how scary. You know, and going back to this Last Supper picture, something that came out in 2003 with Dan Brown's book, but he wasn't the only one that said this, is people have been saying, look at John just to the left of Christ. He looks like a woman. He looks like Mary Magdalene. Now we're getting into, see, they're already working in, even before this year, they're going to have this transgender issue, right? Oh, John is not really John, he's really Mary. John's Mary? Oh, okay. Well, this transgender issue, at first I'm like, you know, I'm really not interested in this because it's an old issue. We've had the transgender issue for hundreds of years. Now it's all of a sudden thrown in our face. But these are important issues. Why? Because this is how they're going to further marginalize the rest of us that have solid beliefs. Because as I rub shoulders with this new millennial generation, you know, this one guy in class was telling me, Fritz, our generation, our millennial generation, is far superior to any other generation. You know why? We're the first generation to get it right about gays and transgenders. All the rest of you older folks had it wrong. So on that basis, they're convinced now that, you know, even though they don't have any truths and realities and anything except their own opinions or their programming, that they are ahead of us. This is what we're up against. Now, in this Last Supper, some people think that there were codes in bed. Some people think that Leonardo da Vinci wrote some music that gave some codes to it. There's a whole hidden history here. And this is why I brought this particular piece of bar up, as it touches on so many things that we're facing. We're facing these secret societies. We're facing history that hasn't been recorded. We're facing hidden technology. And how did Leonardo da Vinci relate to hidden technology? You know, most people realize that his notebooks had all kinds of interesting things in them, helicopters and war machines and stuff like this. But what they don't realize is where some of that technology came from. The Chinese had a large fleet, and the Chinese had decided for one time in their history, most of the time, they basically felt that we are the center of the world and the rest of these barbarians around us can do their own thing. We're not interested in them. But during this one emperor's reign, he decided, you know what, we're going to sail out and we're going to map the whole earth, which they did. They mapped the Americas, and they sent a fleet that there was actually, the Suez Canal didn't exist at that time, but there was a canal that connected the Indian Ocean over to the Nile, and they went through there, went up the Nile, and landed in Italy, and they gave the Italians all kinds of technology, and so that's where you see the Renaissance get kicked off, and you see cannons. They took the cannons that the Chinese had invented and started improving on them. So that's where some of this big change that you see, the Renaissance, that's what jump started it. And they also left some of their slaves, which their descendants are living on an island off the coast of Yugoslavia even today. But so there was a lot of things. That painting based on John 13:21, and it's that climatic moment when Christ is saying, one of you is going to betray me. And so the final story that I'm going to tell related to that is based on, this is a traditional story, and I'll explain it further after I tell it, that Leonardo da Vinci wanted someone to pose for Christ who was so pure that you could just see him oozing with spirituality. And so he hunted, he looked a long time, and he found a man, Pietro Benedinelli, and he had him pose for Christ. And a lot of you have seen Norman Rockwell paintings. Well, I think that Leonardo da Vinci was doing something similar to Norman Rockwell. One time I bumped in as a researcher into a big, thick book which showed the stages that Norman Rockwell would go through to create his final piece of art. You know, his paintings that were on the covers of magazines were incredible. But how did he get them there? He would paint that same painting like 30 times, and every time he would keep improving it. Now, see, that's part of what I'm trying to communicate to us. He was successful because he had grit, he had determination. He didn't give up. This whole thing that I talked about last night about people saying, well, I don't have an easy answer here, God must not be in this. No. People, that's not the way God works. Keep persisting. Don't flake out on life because you don't get an easy answer. And so I believe Leonardo da Vinci would paint something, and he would use various preliminary paintings then to do the final one. If that's true, then the story I'm telling is true. If not, maybe the story is not true. But at any rate, he looked for a man that resembled Christ. He found Pietro Benedinelli, and then he painted the other apostles or disciples, and he was then at the end looking for somebody who was so despicable that their looks showed that they were evil. And he was looking through the bad section of Milan. He was looking through the jails. He was looking through all the places where he could find someone who was such a evil sinner that you could see that the guy was just pure evil. He gets the guy, he finds him, he has him pose, and when he's done with this bum, he says, by the way, what's your name? And the guy goes, Pietro Benedinelli. And he says, I fell into sin after I posed for your thing of Christ, and my life fell apart. Well, that story is, you know, some people dispute whether that actually happened or not. Whether it did or didn't, it's so believable. A lot of people throughout the centuries have believed it. Because if you've ever met someone who's just evil, you can see it. You can see it pouring through their expression. You know, and some of the people I research, you know, I even sometimes meet these people, and some of them you can even just, excuse me, you can see that there's something there, rather rather frightening. So we're wanting to build up the spiritual. So what's that mean? Should we just like escape the world? Well, I kind of had that idea. I thought when I was done with the military, I would, because I knew that this world was corrupt, like, you know, people say it was going to hell. And I was like, okay, I want to leave. I want to leave all this corruption. I want to go where it's good. I want to find a place. And I get asked all the time, it seems. People have the same question. They're asking me, Fritz, where can I go where it's safe, where I can run away from all of this? What country? What country do you recommend? Unfortunately, I can't recommend anything. There have been a few spots that I thought maybe, might work out better than others, but then something will happen and those will go bad, you know. So I really don't have good answers. I mean, there's some places in the United States that are probably safer than others, don't get me wrong. But hear my story. I went to the old order Amish thinking, okay, I've got away from all the corruption of the world. And when I went there, I ended up bumping into three groups of people. Some Amish were very spiritual. They were what you would expect, saints, good people, hardworking. You couldn't have met better people. And then there were some people that were the sitting on the fence that just, they went through the motions and whatever the minimum was to dress Amish and act Amish, they did, but they really weren't into it. Their heart wasn't into it, but they didn't, I guess, have the motivation to do anything else. And then there was a third group, and this was downright scary. These people were evil. I had bumped into how the Illuminati has infiltrated even an organization like the Old Order Amish. You have boxes within boxes within boxes. There isn't anything out there that hasn't been tainted. There's practically no organization. I got this book, this little homemade book by somebody, that we should not buy from Illuminati companies. Well, I'm like, this guy doesn't have a clue. These people built the system. All these big companies are run by the Illuminati. You're not going to get out of the system by boycotting Illuminati companies, or you better go back to living simple like the Amish. And that's how extensive this is. So what did I learn here from all of this? I learned a big lesson. You can't run from evil. And I took that lesson and I realized, you know what? I have to stand where I am. I have to stand against evil right wherever I am. You can't run from it. Don't think that you're going to move to some place and you're going to get away from it all. And there might be some exceptions to that. There's always exceptions. But basically, I'm telling you, you need to dig into yourself and realize this is a worldwide phenomenon. You need to dig into yourself and say, I'm going to stand up against it right where I am. Then maybe you're like this couple I saw in a restaurant. This was years ago before the internet gave us the ability to reach a lot of people very quickly. Like this talk here is being live streamed to many people. But back in the early 90s, I was having to win one person over at a time. And I was in a restaurant and I was sitting in at the counter and I heard two couples behind me. And I was like, wow, these people really know what's going on. They're really talking a lot about the New World Order. And so I wasn't even going to get involved. I was just excited to hear their conversation and realize somebody's awake. And all of a sudden, one of the couples stood up angrily and they said, yes, but you can't do anything about it. And they stomped off. You can't do anything about it. See, this taking me right back to the reason that I'm up here talking to you. They didn't see solutions. They didn't have hope. They weren't inspired. If you're inspired, if you have hope, you're going to start seeing the solutions. What if that grandmother had called me and I go, well, I guess Mitchell's just gonna die, you know. Just accept it as the will of the Lord and, you know, kiss your grandson goodbye. You know, I've seen some people do that. You know, my uncle, he was a Baptist and he got cancer fighting forest fires. And his Baptist church said, well, it's the will of God, just accept you're going to die. And then there were these new age gurus, and they said, no, you can heal yourself. Don't accept this cancer. So he listened to him, he healed himself, he didn't die, and he rejected his Baptist background in his church and decided that the new age had more truth for him. Earlier in this conference, there was a speaker speaking about the beast computer. And this relates to something else that's been going on, because they've had this Jade Helm 15, right? Mastering the human domain. Now, what is that involved with? They are studying information. They realize that besides motivation and spirituality, which they're instilling in their super soldiers, information hitting accurately. That was the other part I was saying. Just don't brute like a brute go out there like a gorilla. I've out wrestled someone who was 250 pounds because I just outsmarted the person, you know. So think smart, and that's what they're trying to do. They're studying the entire human domain. Everything that's being put on any computer about you is being sucked into this beast computer system. They know everything about you. People that have seen what the beast computer knows and gotten back with me, basically, I don't think this is any exaggeration from what I've heard. They know more. The artificial intelligence of the beast computer knows more about you than you know, because they know how you're going to think and all these other things. It's absolutely incredible. And this is how they're going to master us. They're watching everything. They're sucking in all this information. And so if we're going to challenge that kind of dictatorial power over our lives, we just can't blindly go out there with rage. There's a normalcy bias. A lot of you probably have heard of normalcy bias. Just in case you haven't, it means that people expect things to continue as they always have. But history is replete with many, many times in history where things didn't go just as they always have. You know, Jamaica gets hit by a hurricane and wiped out, basically. So we're dealing with that too. I'm not going to try to butt heads with your normalcy bias. I'm not going to say, okay, this is planned, this is going to happen, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to say, just like I did yesterday, when these things come, they'll come hard and fast with shock and awe. So how do you deal with something that's an emergency that comes that quick? Goes right back to what I'm trying to build in you, where you already have these skills in you, the spirituality. I had to have something within me. My brothers in Christ had to have a relationship, a spiritual relationship, when we got that call from that frantic grandmother. You see what I'm saying? That's what I want for you. And if we look at something that King George II or he's also known as George Bush Jr. He said in his inauguration, he said that we have lit the fire in the minds of men. Now, some of you may know what that means. For those of you who have read my Be Wise as Serpents book, you know that in 1991, I talked about James H. Billington wrote a book, Fire in the Minds of Men. What he was laying out, and James H. Billington, they thought was their man. He was the head of the Library of Congress. He was one of their historians, they thought. And then he wrote this book, and he slipped it past them. They didn't censor it because they didn't expect one of their own to write something that was exposed them. He exposed how these occult secret societies, basically what I lump together for you as the Illuminati, the mother of all secret society. He exposed, how in detail how they created this French Revolution. And George Bush is saying that they're doing this. What's he telling us in code? Well, he's telling everybody who understands, who can read between the lines, he's saying, we have lit the fires of civil unrest, of revolution in this country. So that's what they want. They want this country to be balkanized, to be torn to shreds. So, that's just one thing that you've been shown by their actions and their words as what we face in this country. And United States threatens them. Why do Americans threaten them? It's because we have wealth. We have a spirit of independence. We think that we have rights, that we have a right to be to liberty. We're mobile. And so United States for a long time has been a target of the globalists. They have wanted to take our country down. And I have watched in my lifetime them do exactly that. And I can't hardly think in detail about what they've done to the United States without wanting to break down crying, because as Trump said, America was great. It was. The world looked to us. And America still is important for the world. America has a lot of the solutions because the United States ties in with the whole world. We're like a hub, People from all over the world have come here. We have ties everywhere. And so United States is very important. The world looks to us, and we need to continue in the kind of leadership that got the world's respect, not the kind of leadership that's turned the world against us, in the last few years, that unfortunately these globalists that are running things are doing. But we need to show, and when we as individuals, like I and the other speakers, call out the globalists on their BS and say we don't stand for this kind of nonsense, we're showing the rest of the world that, not all of Americans believe in dropping 500-pound bombs on some innocent family, shooting up civilians, or many of the other things that sadly our government has done to other people. Now, I want to talk to you about the mind control. Going back to something that I said earlier, the truth shall make you free. Trauma-based mind control employs every known type of mind control, plus many that we're not familiar with. And it's engineered into a sophisticated package. It's the packaging of how it all is worked together that makes it so powerful. So if one type of mind control is not working on you, there may be 3 or 4 more that are. And they use the need of people for relationship against the victim that's being programmed, and they trauma bond the victim, the survivor of the tortures. They trauma bond them to the programmers. They even put parts of that person's mind. They program to even think that they are the programmer, so that they wed the person. Well, I have 2 major books that are still available on the trauma-based mind control. And I encourage anybody who really wants to face up to what's going on to learn about this. You need to know about it. You need to know the clues, because this type of mind control, my first major book that's still available, there was a book before that, but it's now out of print. But the first one that's still available, I gave it an old-fashioned title. In old-fashioned times, they would give long titles, and every word in the title is important. The title was the Illuminati formula used to create an undetectable, total mind-controlled slave. Notice I said undetectable in there. This is totally undetectable. How does it work? It works by fracturing the mind. The mind has some natural gifted abilities to dissociate. And when you're traumatized, the mind will dissociate what's the trauma. And so they split the mind into thousands of pieces, take each of those pieces and program it into something. They may program it into a part, dehumanize it into thinking it's an animal. You know, you have some people walking around thinking that they're animals now. That's a whole fad now. Well, that relates to this mind control. And they'll make these parts, some of them like if it's a man, he'll have some women parts. So some of these transgenders you're seeing are survivors or victims, whichever word you want to use, of this trauma-based mind control. How much time do I have? 5 more minutes? I'll keep going. Okay, I'll keep going. So if you want to see the end result of this programming, look at a movie. There's a whole bunch. In my books, I list dozens and dozens of movies that show this type of programming. But an early one was Telephone. And I've actually seen in real life this kind of stuff work. But this lady gets a call and they say a little ditty, and that's a code, and it triggers her to switch to a program personality where she goes out and blows up a military installation. A lot of what you're seeing today in the news is the result of these programmed people. And one of the reasons why they can do so many false flags is because everybody's involved on all sides of, like, you know, Ferguson. Manchurian Candidate, that's another example. All kinds of people. The police that are involved are under this mind control. You wonder why aren't the police doing their job? Why aren't they reporting things? They've got mind controlled people salted through all levels of society in key issues. And as I worked with the programming with many of these survivors of mind control, I discovered that they all across the board had end-time programming. They had programming for things that they were to do in the end times, Armageddon programming. So that's what we're facing. The whole country, this whole nation is just one big petri dish, a mind control experiment where they're just doing all kinds of mind manipulations. Even the people that are not under this trauma-based mind control, they're going through the schools, like I was reporting to you earlier, and they're coming to believe that there isn't truth. Well, people, the truth shall set you free. And with that, I'll leave, let you go. And Thanks to all of the people that have made this possible.
That was Fritz Springmeyer, ladies and gentlemen. Fritz Springmeyer, let's hear it. All right. We're going to let my friends sit up here, and then I got a special treat for you guys tonight.
I can wait all night till I find a ride. I can stay right here tonight is all I want. I wear my smile, catch you when you smile. I will talk with you a while before I go. Do you mind if I stay a while? Won't be right if I go. I can take my time, sit right by your side. There'll be nowhere for you to hide all night long. When it's time to leave, you'll catch me in the breeze. Say, I want you stay with me is all I want. Do you mind I stay a while? Won't be right if I go. In the morning light, be right by your side. Have a talk with you while in the sun. When I hit the floor, walk me to the door. All I would say was more, but I'm on the run. Do you mind I stay a while? Won't be right if I go. Don't call on a way.
My amp's plenty loud. Like I don't even really need a lot of monitor. I just don't want you.
Vocally, 1, 2.
Vocally, 1, 2.
Maybe a little more vocals would be all right.
Vocally.
If you could, just a little
Vocally
bit more.
speaking.
Hello.
Perhaps. So you
I'm
can
not
hear us
really
sing.
from England.
Not at all.
Yeah.
How's that? Up, down, sideways, what?
Sideways.
1, 2. We'll rock a few out and we'll let you know.
Okay, next I want to try is the drums. Drum, you all set up there? Give me a snare real quick. Okay, run through the kit real quick. Get some samples for me for the array. Okay, hit your hi-hat. Okay, run through the kick real quick. One more time, bro. Okay, I'm good here. You can hear okay up there? What's the first song? It's Search. Oh, all right. Okay, you ready? You guys ready?
Okay, this is our last musical act of Freedom Palooza. Some of my favorite friends or some of my favorite music comes from these guys. One of the best bands in Lehigh. And on the 8th day, there was Tank.
Sounds good. You know, sometimes you're not feeling so good. You wake up, you might need to take yourself some kind of remedy, whether it's herbal or otherwise, to help you through the day. So this song is in that spirit. Baby, baby, why can't you sit still? Who killed that bird up on the windowsill? Who's who? I said, you know who too. If the other chick is going on you. If I come on like a dream, will you let me show you what I mean? Will you let me come on this side? Will you let it slide? Can I have some remedy? Remedy, oh, baby. Can I have some remedy? I want to take a remedy. Please, please. Baby, baby, why you tie your hair? Why you always keeping with your mother's dear? Why who's who? I said you know who too. Up in the air, the chill is going on you. If I come on like a dream, will you let me show you what I mean? Will you let me mother lover come on inside? Oh, will you let it slide? Can I have some remedy? All I want is a remedy for me. All I need to face me. Have some remedy. So take it down. See, need a remedy, yeah, but what is ailing me, yeah. Need a remedy, yeah, yeah. I said I find it, want it, find it, want it, I need it, gotta have it, want a remedy, remedy, yeah. Remedy is what I need. Said a remedy, yeah. What I need. Remedy, yeah. Here we go.
You can play something you know, bring it forward, right? Hello. Been here for 3 days. Can you put a little vocals in the drum mic for right now? Till he drum monitor.
Can you hear me better, baby? We got a CD. If you want to come see us, we'll give you one. We don't even ask for any money anymore because we want you to hear the music. But we got real CDs and such, so this one's on it.
We want to thank Paul and Poker Face and everybody who worked hard to set up everything for this event. We're glad to be back here for it.
Fly on, wings like an eagle. Fly on, wings like an eagle. Fly on. Majesties of the truth would never lie. You will walk as free as me till you chose the other side. Fly like an eagle, anywhere I roam, I can find space. Fly on, wings like an eagle. Fly on, fly on, wings like an eagle. Fly on. Fly on, wings like an eagle. Fly on, fly on, wings like an eagle. Fly on. This one's about the weather. It's called Mercury's Rising. when you see it coming.
Right before they started running.
Right before they started running,
Was something more than just a feeling.
something more than just a feeling.
I've been looking for the hidden meaning. They have burned up your existence.
You self-existence
And scarred your soul to get some more.
stop the soul to get some more.
The weight of gold is a burden. Can't buy your way out anymore. 'Cause the mercury's rising. 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 Mercury's rising.
tucked away, who you are looking for, tucked away, who you are looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for what you looking for, looking for, looking
looking for. Mercury's rising, Mercury's rising. Oh, it must be rising. Mercury's rising always. Mercury's rising. Mercury's rising. Mercury's rising. Mercury's rising. Mercury's rising. Mercury's rising.
How's everybody doing tonight? You're still alive out there. That's right. Close the door, put out the light. No, they won't be on tonight. So just hold, don't you know? The winds that throw blow, go, 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 go. The carrot steel's trying to build
dream for me and you. Into a path where no one goes. They hold no corner. Walk side by side with them. The devil marks their every step. Oh, oh, oh. Snow just like the footprints slow. Dogs to my house. Bow, 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 bow. Carry steel is trying to carry news and must get through into the path where no one goes. They ask no colder.
We're working on a new record, and this is likely going to be the lead-off track from that record. It's entitled Thunder Snow.
Do what you do. I know it's you. Give me a sign that you're alive. Am I coming through? Know what you say. Feel that way. Be surprised the truth or lies. Do it anyway. See right through the cracks inside you. Be surprised the truth or lies. Be surprised. What you know is the way to go. So many turns, so many ways. You could be lost for days. How you feel before you think it real. The truth is up to you. Or you let it go. See right through the cracks inside you. Be surprised the truth and lies. Don't be surprised the truth and lies. See right through the cracks inside you. Be surprised the truth and lies. Don't make it cry. Do what you do. I know it's you. Need a sign of your life. Am I coming through? What you say? Make me feel that way. Just the truth of lies. Know it anyway. See right through the cracks surprise you. Surprise or two for life. Don't be surprised or two for life. We run through the cracks inside you. Be surprised or two for life. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised, the truth or lies.
How's everybody doing tonight? All right. Cause it doesn't matter what you say to me. I've been out of the way too long for you to take it away. On we go. What it takes to us for you to say to me, nowhere to run, nowhere to go, nowhere to run, got nowhere to go, nowhere to run, got nowhere to go, nowhere to run, got nowhere to go. Ooh, cause it doesn't matter. Got nothing to me because the lies you use, not the truth that I see. I don't care the things you say, cause it's just bullshit that you sing towards me. Nowhere to run, and you got nowhere to go. It doesn't matter, nowhere to run. Got nowhere to go. It takes too much to run. Got nowhere to go. It doesn't matter where to run. Got nowhere to go. Ooh, oh, oh.
Cause it doesn't matter what you say to me. And I have been way too long for you to take that away. On and on we go. What it takes to us for you to say to me. Nowhere to run, you got nowhere to go. It doesn't matter where to run, got nowhere to go. It takes still much to run, got nowhere to go. It doesn't matter where to run, got nowhere to go. Ooh, 'cause it doesn't matter what you say to me, and I not have way too long for you to take that away.
We could do an hour more. 12 more? Was that a dozen? All right.
We're going to do one more. Thank you for letting us play. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Johnny Mac. Thank you, Paul Petty. Thank you, Poker Face. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Jenny. Anybody else I'm forgetting, I'll remember later. Thank you.
Can't take my time until you make a move, and you will realize I've been waiting for you. I got you in my sight. You couldn't get away, and I think you're fine. Good time now to play. You in my sight, couldn't get away. And I think you'll find good time now to Thank you, everybody. Appreciate that. Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night.
Okay, that was Tank, guys. Did I tell you? Did I tell you? All right, up next is Art Larson. I'm going to grab something for him, then we're going to get him right up on the stage. Art, you want to come up? One more time. Let's hear it for Tank. Yeah, they were great. Tank, you're my favorite band. Thanks for coming. All right, up next, up right now, Art Larson. I want everybody to remember Art Larson and noplaceforcorruption.com.
Hey, yes. Testing 1, 2, 3. How do I sound? All right, test. Sounds fantastic. Hope everyone's having a good night. Let's give a hand for Johnny Mac. Hope he gets better with his health, and keep him in our prayers because of his situation with what's happening here on the property. Also give a hand to Paul Tapetti and all the other bands. They've done a great job for us. All right, I wrote a website called noplaceforcorruption.com. It's a free PDF. It's about 900 pages now, still a work in progress. And it was basically details my encountering what we call the Anti-Defamation League. The Anti-Defamation League has a program going on nationwide, and it's called No Place for Hate. And if you've seen it nationwide, for instance, you'll see that La Raza is right up there, teamed up when they're at these debates saying, oh, that's a hate crime, okay? Teamed up with the Anti-Defamation League, the Brafman Crime Syndicate. You also see the lesbian, gay, transgender, bisexual groups, the LGBT folks are also teamed up with the hate program. So who's the real haters? The ones that doesn't like the truth? And it's to help you become aware of what's around you. And by becoming aware of what's around you, if you read Sun Tzu, The Art of War, one of the first things one needs to know is know your enemy. And that's why I wrote this, so you can know who your enemy is and understand the parameters he's working with. Oh. All right, I'm going to start with a couple articles here, just so we can get some information. Now, there's one thing I just wanted to remember, just to let you know how close they are, is a couple of years ago, I was just right up here, not too far from where we are. And I was walking along the Delaware Canal, and I walked past a training exercise where there was the Bryn Athyn police force wearing wetsuits, and they had ropes going across the Delaware River, and they started just basically wrapping up a training exercise for, rescue of people might get stuck in the river. So I see these guys walk past me on the canal here, right on the pad, and they all have, the Bryn Athyn police force on their wetsuits. But one guy goes past me, and he's got the logo of the Mossad. So I talked to the police officers in the parking lot, and I says, what's going on here? You guys getting trained by the Mossad? Are you guys working for the Mossad? No, that's just the trainer who's the Mossad. So you need to realize that these guys are right here in front of us every day, training our police force. Also, I've seen it when my kids were going to school, Upper Moreland High School, this is years ago, also called Willow Grove, that the principal of the elementary school was an ex-Mossad agent. So one needs to realize how close these criminals are right around us in our own communities. Now, give me a second to pull up this information. Now, I'm going to focus in on the colleges because there's several programs that these criminals are running in our colleges and also in our local schools. There is Hillel. There's the Brandeis anti-Semitism witch hunt in our universities. There's Lugovicher, and there's B'nai B'rith, which are going throughout our communities. So the first one I'm going to talk about is Hillel. And Paul Tapetti ran into Hillel up at Rutgers University. So, and they wouldn't let him play because they considered his music objectionable to what their goals were. So here we go. On American college campuses, we see the leadership of Hillel via the Brafman crime family. Here's a few examples of Hillel at several universities. Here we go. Edgar Brafman, former head of Seagram's business empire and chairman of Hillel International Board of Governors, visited Rutgers University in November, I'm not sure what year it was, probably about 5 years ago, to meet, no, I think it's longer when Tapetti was up there, to meet with students and to discuss his personal journey through the worlds of business, philanthropy, and international Jewish leadership. Mr. Brafman said, developing the next generation of leaders is crucial to the viability and the growth of the Jewish community. This is why I view campus visits as so important to my work in Hillel. The students today are smart, and they are serious about developing meaningful Jewish lives. It is a pleasure to be with them. In his 10 years as chairman of Hillel, Mr. Brafman visited over 100 campuses in North America, South America, Israel, New Brunswick. During his visit in New Brunswick, New Jersey, in addition to his meetings with the students, Brafman met with Rutgers University President Richard McCormick, Rutgers University leadership, Jewish leadership, Federation and communities, and supporters of Rutgers Hillel. Mr. Brofman had said he had a legendary career in business. Yes, he did, as a gangster. And as head of the Seagram's business empire, Edgar Brofman was instrumental in making Seagram's one of the most recognized, respected brands in the world. His leadership in the Jewish community, serving as president of the World Jewish Congress. Let me give you a little history of the World Jewish Congress, how he rose to power there. There was a power dispute between Mr. Edgar Brofman and Raphael Eaton. Raphael Eaton ran an aerospace company in Israel called Raphael Aerospace. What happened is, after the power play was played out, Raphael Eaton was basically in Haifa, and on a day when he had in the Haifa harbor, he drove his Volkswagen Jetta there, beside the harbor, where they had 2-inch swells that day on a bright sunny day, and it looked like somebody had a telephone pole fall on top of his roof, and they said a big freak wave came out and drowned them. Right. Okay. Now, what was Mr. Hillel famous for? Mr. Hillel was the handler of none other than Jonathan Pollard. Who was the middleman between Jonathan Pollard and Raphael Eaton? It was one of the leaders of the Anti-Defamation League run by the Brofman crime family up in New York. If anybody remembers the name, I'll call it out. If I do remember it, I'll let you know. All right, back to this. He also was a leader in a World Jewish Restitution Organization and is president of the Samuel Brofman Foundation. Let's see the restitution. That's where he says he was going to get restitution from Germany to the Holocaust victims. And I think he used 98 cents out of every dollar collected to build submarines for Israel, the ones that are floating around in the Mediterranean. Maybe some are right here floating along the North Atlantic next to American cities with nukes. So that's what your Mr. Brofman did for you. Okay, now, Brofman also helped to secure justice to the survivors of the Holocaust and their heirs and its victims. He worked to secure strength through security to the Jews in Israel, diaspora, as well as most notably he improved relationships with the Catholic Church. That's why they're going after him like all the pedophiles. Not to say they don't deserve it, but you don't see him going after any rabbis, do you? In recognition of his work, Mr. Brofman was awarded the Presidential Medal Freedom of Honor by President Clinton. There's a website on YouTube, Brofman, BRONFMAN, space 70-25. In there, you will see Hillary Clinton state, as she awards the Medal of Freedom to this gangster, Edgar Brofman, says, "You are my best friend and a model citizen," a gangster. It's an absolute atrocity that that criminal Hillary Rodham Clinton is even running for office. As a chairman of the International Board of the Governors Hillel, the foundation of the Jewish campus life, Mr. Brofman presided over global governorship of Jewish life. Under Mr. Brofman, Hillel expanded throughout North America. And it also expanded, building new facilities in Santa Barbara to Columbus to Cornell University. Hillel Foundation has been created in many places unthinkable a few years ago. Places like Moscow, Montevideo, Buenos Aires, and through his efforts, hundreds of thousands of Jewish college students around the world may have enjoyed Jewish campus communities that they need and deserve. The largest Jewish campus organization in the world is Hillel. All right, let's give you some of the names here, just to give you an idea. This might, just raise your hand, just say stop. Okay, here's some of the colleges that Hillel's at, okay? Academy of Art University, Ball State University, Alfred University, Barry University, Alvino College, Bates College, American Jewish University, Binghamton University, American University, Boston College, Amherst College, Boston University, Appalachian State University, Katy University, Argentina Hillel, Arizona State University, Bodine College Hillel, Bowling Green University, Bradley Hillel. Brandeis University, that's a big one to talk about later. Brooklyn College. Let's see, we got here Brown University, Bucknell. Oh, Bucknell, that's where Herbie Barness, the big Jewish mafia boss here, ran the Bucks County Republican Party, went to school. Oh, the Bucks County Community College, Butler University, California Arts, College of Arts, California Culinary Academy, California Institute of Technology, California Polytech State Institute, Cal State University Chico, just on down the line for California, forget those guys. Dartmouth, De Anza College, DePaul University, Del Valle College, Dickinson College, part of Penn State, Drew University, Drexel University, Duke, Dubas, see, Cardinal Sturrock University, Carnegie Mellon. Where else are they? Sam Lewis, so this Case Western University. Also, Central Florida, Hillel, Michigan, on down the line. Chile, Hillel, City College, San Francisco. On down here, Cleveland University, South Carolina, Clemens University, South Carolina, Cleveland State, Ohio. And I could go on down here. They're just about in every university throughout the country here. You can go see them on campus there at Temple. You can see them at Penn State. So it's absolutely an atrocity that this gangster is running this organization in our colleges, yet no one speaks out. He even is running at the Naval Academy down in Annapolis. What an atrocity that people can't see this is nothing but a front for a Chicago syndicate gangster. Let's see if there's any more worth noting here. Temple University. What else we got? Let's see. I think we got the University of Delaware and on down the line. Let's see. I think we got the University of Pennsylvania here, probably. But I'm not going to go through all this. There's tons of them. All right. Can you hear me? Good. 1 second. Pull up this other information on the Brockmans. All right. This is just a brief refresher of the article from American Free Press, and it was by Michael Collins Piper. The King of the Jews is dead, Edgar Bronfman Sr., one of the most powerful Jews, Zionists that finally dies. The patriarch of the crime syndicate Connecticut Empire that has operated in the sphere of the Rothschild dynasty is dead. Okay, Edgar Bronfman, longtime head of the World Jewish Congress, died at 84. New York Magazine described him as a sometimes coarse bully and businessman, but noted there are some people who would simply call him the King of the Jews. Rabbi Mishan Zion hailed Bronfman, a modern Talmudic Jew, noting Bronfman's favorite book was a Babylonian Talmud, the hero of which the rabbi admitted is not God, but a cunning human scholar. Praising Bronfman's work for funding scholarships for Jewish youth, the rabbi said Bronfman was a person who invited us to live Talmudically in a modern world. This recalls Meyer Rothschild. And it looks like I just lost that. All right. I have to get back to this. I lost the page when I hit something. All right. Anybody here? Brandeis? Louis D. Brandeis? Okay. Louis Dembelitz Brandeis. November 1856 to October 1941. Was an American lawyer and Associate Justice on the Supreme Court of the United States from 1916 to 1939. He was born in Louisville, Kentucky, to Jewish immigrants from Bohemia. He was raised in a secular home. He attended Harvard Law School, graduated at the age of 20 with one of the highest grade averages. He also became active in the Zionist movement and seeing it as a solution to anti-Semitism in Europe, Russia, and here in the America. Brandeis has a goal now to go to every university in America to fight anti-Semitism. Okay, the Louis D. Brandeis Center for Human Rights is an independent, unaffiliated nonprofit corporation to advance civil human rights of the Jewish community and promote justice for all. Brandeis conducts research and advocates to combat resurgencies of anti-Semitism on colleges and universities. Okay. Now let's see here. A little bit of bright light that makes it hard to read sometimes. Okay, the stated mission was to fight civil rights. What these guys are really doing, I'm not going to go further into it, is they're basically on a witch hunt in every darn university throughout this country to basically start litigation and lawsuits against anybody who speaks out against the crimes and the activities, illegal activities within the Jewish community in our areas. Now I got the web page back. I want to bring back some more details on it. Okay, this is back to Brofman. All right. He was basically associated they're associating him with the founder, Meyer Rothschild of the dynasty, with whom Brofman's family has a long association. So they're directly tied in with the Rothschild interests. Okay. He was a zealous believer of the Talmud. We already said that. It is fitting that Brofman biographer said the Brofmans were the Rothschilds of the New World, estimating in 1978 the Brofmans' assets total $7 billion. That's probably closer to a couple $1 trillion, to be honest. In fact, Edgar Brofman had a level of clout few could claim, precisely because of his frontline positioning in the Zionist movement and his family's pivotal history in the role the crime syndicate. Edgar was the son of Sam Brofman, immigrated from Canada from Russia, and made a fortune in liquor and gambling and drugs. Going legit, he assumed control. Damn. Okay, going legit. Here we go. He assumed control of the Samuel Brofman distillery, based in Montreal. Sam forged links, this is his father, with the New York crime syndicate headed by another Russian Jew, Meyer Lansky. And also during Prohibition, he controlled the spigot for liquor funneled into the United States and distributed by the Lansky crime family. Let's see what else this guy did. In many borders across the towns of the U.S., there was families and fortunes where locals were part of the Brofman network. And in the big cities, a connection with the syndicate was a must in Detroit, with the little Jewish Navy Mo Dalitz, later Lansky's top man in Las Vegas. Also ferried booze in the U.S. Now I could go on about it. He's definitely tied into Johnny Torrio, which ties him back again to the Rothschild interest. He also was played a role in Capone's rise to power by getting rid of the big Jim Colosima, and let's see what else he did here. Aside from him was his son, Edgar Brofman Jr., who, by the way, took over DuPont. You might have mentioned in about 1984, 87. In that time frame, DuPont was merged with Marathon Oil. Marathon Oil was owned by the DuPonts. They bought it from Max Fisher through what was called Aurora Oil and Gas. Max Fisher was one of the gangsters like Mo Dalitz from the Detroit Mafia. If you go to the Nixon Library in Brea, California, next to Yorba Linda, you will see the plaque there, the two top supporters of the Nixon Library. First is Walter Annenberg. Number two is Max Fisher. So this is where you can see how these criminals rose to power after the JFK assassination. I mean, they were a local issue for decades, but they became a national issue with the assassination of JFK and the influence of Rothschild banking interests. All right, his other son, Matthew Brofman, was controlling the Israel Discount Bank, the one that was involved with fraud that many people in the financial industry said stop doing business with them because it was so bad. Oh, here's one. This one you like. The son, Adam Brofman, who lives in Paradise Valley, Arizona, directs a family foundation that lives off the family wealth. Daughter Holly, interesting, shares the same high-powered Texas lawyer as media icon and blowhard Alex Jones. Brofman bankrolled Mark Zuckerberg, okay? I guess you might see him on a political debates on Sunday mornings. That's where Mark Zuckerberg is, a hardcore Zionist and part of the Likud, directly involved with 9/11, okay? And then they talk about Zuckerberg and his associate Dan Snyder owns the Washington Redskins, and they basically developed wealth. Let's see here. They also show that Brofman's associate Steve Herbert was Undersecretary to Donald Rumsfeld, basically clearing out anybody who wasn't supporting the Zionist agenda in our American military. And that came about in 2006. What else do we have here that's really interested? Let's see. The rest of it looks like it's just going back in history from the American Free Press. And the Brahmin Empire had holdings. Here's some of them. Campbell Soup, Schlitz Brewing, Colgate Palmolive, Kellogg, Nabisco, Norton Simon, Quaker Oats, Paramount Pictures, Kodak Boots, Hush Puppy Shoes. In addition, they own many malls, strip malls, and also major malls throughout the country. They also own Tropicana orange juice. They own, yeah. They also own TD Bank, Toronto Direct Bank. That's actually owned by Phyllis Lambert, Edgar Bruffman's sister. Now I'll give you a little history on that. They also talk about the ownership of DuPont. We talked about that, and its connections with the mob. They also own Time Warner. They use Time Warner to suck in Ted Turner of CNN News to basically bankrupt him and take over his business, the media, and on down the line. All right. Also, he owned MCA Records. There's a book he had called Dark History by Mandela, where it talks about the ties of MCA Records, Capitol Records, and the mafia to the rise of power of President Reagan. Now, the big thing, and it also shows that the Brofmans are connected to Senator John McCain through the Hensley family, Kempy Marley, and all that good stuff. All right. Next one. Okay. Right here in Bucks County and the surrounding area, that whole single bullet theory was created working with the CIA and President Bush Sr. The way you can find that out, and I put it on the website, you look at the deathbed confession of E.J. Hunt, and what did he say? He pointed out, says LBJ appointed Cord Meyer, a CIA officer, to basically be in charge of the JFK assassination. Now, he had a motivation for doing it because his ex-wife, Mary Jo Penegette, was basically the mistress of JFK. All right. Now, Cord Meyer worked directly with Walter Annenberg in a CIA program called Operation Mockingbird, control of the mainstream media, which you even see today. The CIA is still doing it right now, as we're talking about. One example is look at CNN and see that the former AIPAC, American Israeli Political Action Committee, with Blitzer there. You know, you never hear him talking about his real ties to the mob. All right, the other way you can connect it is you look at the role of Richard Schweiker, Senator Richard Schweiker, who basically appointed none other than Richard Sprague and also Arlen Specter to the Warren Commission, who created the single bullet theory. Now, the question to ask, is there any connections between Richard Schweiker and Walter Annenberg? Okay, because we have a connection to Walter Annenberg and the CIA. All right. Now, also I have in my hands here, the literature shows that the way Arlen Specter rose to power in the Republican Party was through Herbie Barness, who ran the Bucks County Republican Party of the state, of this county, and that they pretty much control the politics of the entire state. All right, here's the tie. If you look at Claire Schweiker, who is the wife of former U.S. Senator Richard Schweiker, she had her own TV show called Romper Room, a kids show. And she worked for WPVI-TV, owned by Walter Annenberg. As a matter of fact, they met socially for 5 to 7 years before the JFK assassination. So Richard Schweiker, Claire Schweiker, his wife, and Walter Annenberg would meet all the time. So there's a direct connection between Walter Annenberg, Cord Meyer of the CIA, working directly under George Bush Sr., right to these boys here, Herbie Barness, his power broker. Now, when you look at, you can see the evidence that these people were definitely involved with the cover up the JFK assassination. Here's where you can see it. In the George Bush Library, George Bush Sr., he's got a paper. It's called the George Bush Presidential Library. And it says the public papers remarks at a fundraiser dinner for Senator Arlen Specter at Bowmansdale, Pennsylvania, June 6, 2009. Okay, that's over there at Bowmansdale. Now, basically, the paper shows President Bush Sr. talking about why we should basically fundraise and support Arlen Specter. Gives all his, how would you say, proverbs of why he's such a great guy. But you read the last paragraph, and this is the one that really connects the dots to the JFK assassination. All right, the note. The President Bush spoke here at 6:27 p.m. at Mumia Farm. You'll see a lot of the rallies for the Bucks County Republican Party at Mumia Farm, by the way. In his remarks, he referred to Robert and Susan Mumia, the owners of the farm, Ilsa Hillman, Republican National Committee woman, publisher Walter Annenberg, president of the Moses L. Annenberg Foundation. Okay, that's his father who worked for Al Capone. That's what he named his financial foundation after. Robert Jubileer, pro temp, he went to jail. Senator Matthew J. Ryan, Ryan NVR Real Estate, NVR Homes. That's all the real estate that they learned from Herbie Burness. Let's see what else. Penn State House Representative Ann Anastain, chairman of the Republican State Committee, Herbie Burness, and Republican National Committeeman. You know who's the Republican National Committeeman right now? Robert Asher. Robert Asher, remember our state treasurer Bud Dreyer blew his brains out on TV? Who was getting all the contracts? It was Robert Asher. He's a convicted felon over that. He's our national committee man for the Pennsylvania Republican Party because Herbie Burness put him in power. Okay, then we had their State Auditor General Ernie Priet, another felon that went to jail. All right, and guess who else was here? Joe Paterno of Penn State University. Now, let's look at the Penn State University situation. Remember the second mile and Jerry Sandusky? Well, you first had Ray Guykar, a Pennsylvania district attorney, was looking at the pedophile activities going on up there at Penn State. And somehow he basically leaves his office and he disappears. Nobody finds a trace of him. Who's powerful enough to do that? You think it could be the guys connected to the CIA and he was getting too close? Who bumped him off? It was under about Tom Corbett. Tom Corbett rose to power through the Bucks County Republican Party. What did he do beforehand? He worked for Waste Management Systems that out of I think it was actually out of Lancaster. And Waste Management Systems was started by Schultz Trash Hauling near Flowertown, Springtown in Montgomery County. And it was renamed Waste Management Systems. So this Jewish mob trash hauler is who Tom Corbett worked for. He was put in there as Attorney General because the successor to Herbie Burness, Harry Fox, was pushing casino legislation through the state to his cronies, Senator Tommy Tomlinson, and also with the backing of felon Vince Fumo. So there's one of the connections. The other one was the No Place for Hate program, sponsored by the ADL, the Brockman Syndicate ADL, started out of Penn State Ogons, okay, in Ambler. I meant to say in Abington, not Ambler. And it was fully supported by Graham Spanier, okay? Graham Spanier, the president, was the full supporter of the hate program, the ADL's program for No Place for Hate. And he lost his position in power. So that's one of the examples you can see to this. Next one. Okay, here's a little bit of history on Herbie Burnett. Getting killed by the bugs up here. Just give me a second so I can read it this way. All right, Herbie Burnett. This is 48. He went to Bucknell University. We're talking about Hillel. Herbie Burnett basically was involved with discussions to Patrick Buchanan as running for political office as president. He didn't make it. Newt Gingrich, the contract with America, that basically he was going after Bill Clinton or Monica Lewinsky, but he had a woman on the side. So what happened is Mr. Newt Gingrich went to the Silicon Valley fundraiser in 1999 or 98. And the guys there were like, Bill Gates from Microsoft, Larry Ellison from Oracle, Jeff Chambers from Cisco, on down the line. But what happened there is none other than Larry Ellison, who's the co-CEO, Sahari Katz, who's a dual American-Israeli citizen running that company, and also got caught with committing fraud against the state of California, and 3 years ago, committing fraud against the federal government and contract fraud. He basically said to Newt Gingrich, Newt, I know you're going after Monica Lewinsky and Bill Clinton, but we know you got a woman on the side of your own. Give us unlimited H-1B visa immigration, or we're going to basically cause you to lose your career. So he caved in. What was important about that? He was the last tripwire to prevent the uncontrolled immigration problems that we're seeing in America today. So the other one to actually propose it, by the way, was I wrote a letter to Senator John McCain in 2000, and he says, well, I did it because there's supposedly a high technology labor shortage, and that's due to the Hudson Institute report called Workforce 2000. That Hudson Institute report, the two co-authors of it were Raymond Gilmartin of Merck Sharp and Doane and Jack Welch of GE. So you want to know who basically really caused the flood of this immigration? Those guys. All right. So some of the guys here, it's hard to read this, so I'll just have to summarize it. Some of the guys here tied with Herbie Burness were Tom Ridge, Mr. Homeland Security, Rick Santorum, Robert Dole, and none other than Arlen Specter. A little history about Arlen Specter. He was, in 1960, he was a Democrat under the Dilworth administration. And what happened is the Dilworth administration was extremely corrupt. They couldn't even build the center part of the art museum because they spent all the money through corruption. Specter changed over in 1960 to become a Republican. And it was Herbie Burness that helped him do that. Now, I know from guys who lived in Conshohocken from the 20s all the way up to the 70s, it was controlled by the Italian mob bootleggers called the Ciccoliani family. And they would pay off political figures with expensive real estate right by the end of the falls. Who lived there? Mayor Dilworth. Okay. Who else lived there? Arlen Specter. And the third one, who actually still lives there now, Ed Rendell. Okay. So here's an interesting story. Before Arlen switched over to Republican right around 1960, he used to go to a Barbara in downtown Philadelphia. And also he had another office, another barber shop in Conshohocken. I'm not sure which one it was, but people told me they were there. And Specter said to the barber, he says, I can't see you anymore. You're on the other side. That guy was so pissed off, he walked around with a sawed-off shotgun for a couple months ready to take out Arlen Specter, but he ran into him again. But that didn't happen, obviously. So Specter went to the Warren Commission, created the single bullet theory. All right. That's about Richard Sprague, who's also a teacher has been a teacher at the law school at Temple University, and also a major investor in the Sugar House Casino, along with the Brofman Syndicate in Philadelphia. I talked to a guy named Tony Kavalich. Tony Kavalich was actually around somewhere around 1980. He was selling some coal mining equipment. You know, the machine was worth several $100,000. And this basically Richard Sprague's ally, he had a financial company down in Philadelphia, which I can't remember the name of it. It's on my website. They invited Tony Kavalich and his wife down there to talk about negotiating to buy the coal mining equipment. And they wanted no money down to hand over the title. Tony says, no, you're not getting this without giving me money for it. You know, you don't get the title. So Specter walks out, and his associate, supposedly running the RNS Financial Services, supposedly then grabbed his wife, put her in a headlock for half an hour or so, under an hour, and says, you guys aren't coming out of here alive unless you sign the title over. They refused to do it. They walked out to the elevator. His wife had a stroke, ended up in a wheelchair the rest of her life till she died. And good old Richard Sprague then basically hounded that family, suing them, the family bankrupting them for years in litigation. So these are the guys. And the other one, Richard, I meant to say, Arlen Specter. One of my close friends basically was dating a guy named Billy Hogan. And he gets arrested for dealing drugs in Ben Salem, sees Charles Peruta Sr. Dialogue goes like this. Good day, Mr. Hogan. Oh, I see you got caught dealing drugs in Ben Salem, Pennsylvania. You're protected by Arlen Specter. Okay? So where's the credibility of these criminals that were involved with this JFK assassination? These are the ones who created the single bullet theory. There is no credibility. Now, also, there's been a major drug smuggling ring in Bensalem going all the way back to the 60s. And they were flying in and out of the, what do they call it, the Northeastern Airport, Northeastern Philadelphia Airport for years. They caught, back in around 70, they caught Joe Tornado, who was a relative of the real estate company over there in Norristown. They also caught his associate, I can't remember his name. They got caught. Back in the 80s, they caught another group of them. In the 90s, they caught some more. And John Purcell was actually tied in with that drug smuggling, as is Mayor DeGiorlamo, and also his relative, who's the state representative, Gene DeGiorlamo. They're both major power players in the Bucks County Republican Party right now, just to let you know. So there's rumors going that Mayor's son Joey's also been involved with drug activities. Actually, no, it's actually reported that he was arrested and had a conviction on that. I remember looking at that. So if you look at the patterns around there, just today, we saw in the newspaper, SEPTA is recalling 1/3 of the rail cars, the Silver Star rail cars, because of defects in the products they bought from Hyundai. Well, who's in charge of SEPTA? Who's the chairman? It's Pat Dion, Dion's Beverages, down there in near Bristol, Bensalem, somewhere's in that area. He's the power broker there. He's also the one who was one of the directors at the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission. He was trying to work with the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers to privatize the Pennsylvania Turnpike. So this is going on right now. The other one he was involved with was the Kawasaki Railcar deal, him and Al Novak, where they basically were showing that there was a pay-to-play contracting going on there, kickbacks up the gazoo. And the end result was Al Novak, major leader in the Republican Party in Pennsylvania, was basically out of favor as a result of that. Now, Robert Asher, the convicted felon, State Senator Joe Connie in the past of Doylestown, was the head of Senate State Police. When asked about these issues, says, Asher's a man of honor, fifth most powerful person in the Republican Party, man of honor. You're talking about the son of Joe Conte, Don Joe Conte, along with Herbie Barness, who were the two gangsters between the Italians and the Jewish population that were running organized crime activities here. And he's telling me that Asher's a man of honor, okay? There is several people have died. Not only Bud Dreyer died, there was a person, Arlen Specter and Asher used to go to church at the Church of Open Door in Springhouse, Pennsylvania, adjacent to Ambler, not too far from Temple Ambler campus. Around the early 70s, there was a churchgoer who used to argue with Asher all the time. At the end of 6 months, he disappeared. His family and kids don't know where he is. He just disappeared off the face of the earth. That's what happened to him. And right at the time that they had the election for President Bush Jr., when they had the Republican Party in Philadelphia, I think that was 2000, if I remember. A month before that, there was a guy who was involved with high technology procurement in Harrisburg, who leaves Harrisburg at 6 o'clock in the morning, okay? Comes down from Harrisburg and meets Bob Asher at his place of business, and at 9 o'clock in the morning, he commits suicide, shooting himself with a bullet in the head, on Asher's place of property. Now, I had a friend, I'll just say his first name is Mike, I don't want to reveal it. His friends, he used to, his kids were growing up playing on the same soccer team as Bob Asher's kids were. And he said to him, I can get you all these high technology deals and contracts with, with the state of Pennsylvania. Just work with me. He was scared as heck, when he saw that guy. So this is the guy who represents the Republican Party of the state of Pennsylvania. Who else was in there? Jim Nevels. First, let me give you a story. Jim Nevels is one of the power brokers for the former Pennsylvania governor, Mark Swiker, who took over for 18 months after Tom Ridge left. What did he do? Well, his power brokers were Harry Fox of the Bucks County Republican Party. The guy took over after Herbie Barness died in 2000. Fox died in 2010. Jim Nevels of the Swarthmore Investment Group, and convicted felon Robert Asher. So those were his major power brokers, how he rose to power. What did he do? Well, Philadelphia came in there and says, we got a $20 million debt in our schools. We need some help. So lo and behold, Swicker said, "Yeah, I got the thing. I'll set up the School Reform Commission for Philadelphia, and I'm going to appoint my crony here, none other than Jim Nevels of the Swarthmore Investment Group, to be the chairman running the School Reform Commission." So what happens? Well, by the time Nevels leaves a couple of years later, school of the city of Philadelphia has a debt going from 20 million to 600 to almost 800 million dollars. Okay, and what did he do? He says we're going to privatize it, give the schools contracts to private contractors tied in with their syndicate interests. In particular, Edison School Systems, which was owned by Merrill Lynch and basically controlled by him. By the way, before Mark Swicker went into power, he used to work as a IT manager for Merrill Lynch up in Princeton, New Jersey, where the corruption was so outstanding that people who worked in the IT industry told me that they saw firsthand that managers at Merrill Lynch, banksters of America now, demanded swimming pools be built for them on their homes before they would give the Indian labor contracts out. So that's where he came from. Then he went to, so then what happened with Nevels? He then moves on to become a board director for the Harris Casino in Chester, again, showing how much he cares about kids. And what's he do next? Oh, during that time, what happens is Mark Swicker joins the Greater Philadelphia Chamber of Commerce, becomes the chairman, and he gets Jim Nevels on top of Tasty Cake Baking and Company there at the Philadelphia Navy Yard. And lo and behold, what happens next? Tasty Cake goes bankrupt. I wonder why. All right, then what happens next? Well, you might have read last week or the week before, you've heard about the Hershey School up in Lancaster there, that they're looking at all the expensive charges by the board of directors of Hershey overseeing the school for disadvantaged children. And the one they cited the most was none other than Jim Nevels, making $1.7 million in this expenses running this, being involved with the school, the Hershey School. And who's involved in investigating that right now? Louis Friel, the former FBI guy. The same Louis Friel was over there looking at the Penn State situation. Okay, I wonder. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe it's not. There ain't no coincidence here. It's clear as night and day to see what's going on with these criminals. Yes. Yeah. All right. Well, what happened with the mayor there is Jim Kenney basically created a sanctuary city. Okay, so he says it's open for any illegal immigrant to come in the city of Philadelphia in that respect. He was better than the other bad choices that we had there. There was a state senator whose name I can't remember, who was basically nothing but a puppet for the Susquehanna Investment Group. You know who owns that? Okay, these great Irish people, and I haven't followed Jim Kenney too much. With Lori Kane, with Kathleen Kane, who's the Attorney General for the state, she was going after some of the people in the Bucks County Republican Party over pornography being transmitted through emails in the office there. Okay, and the guy, I forget his name, he basically left and then worked for the district attorney's office under Mayor Nutter's facility down in Philadelphia. Kane, it's hard to tell. I think she's an idiot, to be honest. Okay, she's dealing with stuff that's way over her head. And did she lie? Probably lied. Okay, but what nobody's talking about is why isn't there any prosecution of this organized crime right here in Bucks County? It's going on for decades after decades. Okay, and it's just like it's not issue. They're giving us entertainment with Kathleen Kane. And by the way, who owns the Philadelphia newspaper? It's Jerry Lenfest, Philadelphia Media, who basically worked for Walter Annenberg, those gangsters. So, you can't get the truth from that. That's what you're asking, and I'm not close enough to it to see it. But she's going to be tried in Montgomery County, which is Walter Annenberg's turf. And by the way, who are the county commissioners over there? Well, there's Josh Shapiro, who came from Abington. That mobbed up town called Abington, where they took School Prayer out, where you got the head of the DOD there, went to school there. You got the Blackstone Group, the hedge fund that basically made a fortune in 2008 when all the people's homes went into bankruptcy and he bought them up and rented them out, mostly in Arizona. So that's some of the things I see. I'm going to go into some more details for you. All right. Back to No Place for Hate. All right. Here we go. All right, I'm getting blinded by this light here. See if I can read it. Okay, here we go. Where's No Place for Hate? Program set up by the Brooklyn Crime Syndicate. They have it in a town nearby you. And it's NP, basically ADL, No Place for Hate. You can see it up any place. It's in Atlanta. It's in Arizona. It's in Austin. It's in Cleveland. It's in Dallas. It's in Denver, Florida, Houston, Las Vegas, Michigan, New Orleans. No surprise. Okay. South Central, New York, Omaha, Nebraska, Orange County, California, Philadelphia, Santa Barbara, California, San Diego, San Francisco Bay Area, on down the line. Now, one thing that's interesting here is the one they talk about with respect to New Orleans. All right. What's his name? Paul Vallis. Paul Vallis was the guy who was put in charge when all this economic rape of the Philadelphia school system was going on. And he was highly recommended by the Annenberg School Reform Institute, the one that set up No Child Left Behind at Brown University, the ones also where they have Hillel. All right, and he said, Paul Vallis is such a great guy. He came from Chicago, basically created a financial mess there. He comes to Philadelphia, continues the financial mess. What does he do after he leaves here? Supposedly, after he created this great economic miracle for the schools of Philadelphia, he goes to New Orleans. What's the end result of that? At the end of a couple of years of Paul Vallis being down there, half of the schools in the entire state of of Louisiana, are now privatized. And there's a major lawsuit going through the Supreme Court right now where the citizens of New Orleans are basically fighting that we should not be responsible to pay for privatized mafia-owned charter schools that were, are propagating throughout the state, along with the Indian guy who I can't remember his name there, who was the governor of the state of Louisiana. So you can see these guys work hand in hand. Oh, the next thing he did, he tried to go to Bridgeport, Connecticut, and somehow they found out about it, and the judge went up there and they put a stop to it. So the last thing I heard about 6 months ago, he wants to go back to Chicago, run the charter schools again in the public school. You can see the direct connections between these guys and the Chicago Syndicate, or, the Annenberg and the Brooklyn criminals, tied in with, if you want to call them, they're directly connected to the Rothschild banking interests. So you can see it firsthand. Now, they have a program here. I'm trying to look for the names if I have it. I'll hand this literature out so you guys can look at it after this meeting here. But they have a list of the schools for which they're working with right around here, and I'm looking for that list. Looks like it didn't come out on the printer. But there's a big list of, it just didn't come out, unfortunately. There's a list of at least 50 schools right in our local area that are running this No Place for Hate program. All right, so that's like inviting Capone into your neighborhood and saying he's going to run your school, and then expect why you're going to ask, what do you think is going to happen to your property taxes? Well, look at the Lucchese family up in Long Island running trash hauling. Before the Lucchese family had control of the trash hauling up in Long Island, you would be paying maybe $1,500 a year in property tax. Now you might have a condo worth $200,000, you're paying $25,000 a year in property tax. Go figure. And I actually found the list here, so just read off some of it. Here's some of the schools that are involved. Abington Junior High School, Abington High School, Big Spring Middle School, Boyertown School District, Bushkill Elementary School, Cooper Beach Elementary School, also in Doyle, I meant to say in Abington. Danville Area High School, Franklin High School. It says Gottwald Elementary School, Highland Elementary School, Lower Pottsgrove Elementary School, McKinney Elementary School, Mechanicsburg Middle School, Muhlenberg High School, Northern Middle School, Northern Lehigh High School, Ole Valley Middle School, Olybrook Elementary School, Pole F. Fly Elementary School, Penndale Berlin Elementary School, Roslyn Elementary School, Rydell Elementary School, Willow Hill Elementary School. You should be taking your school board directors to task whether they're doing this or not and saying, are you going to support this No Place for Hate program? If you are, you're tied with the Chicago Syndicate who's getting the kickbacks. And if they don't address it, then it's time to get them out. It's not hard to get people out of the school board. You only need maybe 10 people to get them outraged, and because there's not that many people that actually vote for school members. So it's very easy to get them replaced. Lugovicher. I don't know if anybody's seen at the Doylestown Courthouse, they always support Lugovicher at Christmas time. All right. Sheldon Adelson finances the Lugovicher cult, which operates a right-wing political and dirty money empire from Russia to New York, Diamond District, okay, to Israel. The Lugovichers, who agitated against the Oslo Peace Accords, are emerging as a dominant force in the Jewish community in Las Vegas, despite the mainstream Jewish revulsion of their tactics and politics. The Jewish people have a big problem. This problem is, I got to put some light behind it so I can read it. There we go. Okay, this problem is an organization known as Shabbat Lugovicher, or Lugovich. Remember when Rahm Emanuel, the mayor of Chicago, was on a podium and saying he had to go after, what's the name of that restaurant, the chicken fillet, I believe it was. It says, we got to fight their discrimination. What they didn't show on TV, which I saw on YouTube a couple times, that podium Rahm Emanuel came from, you go down a little bit lower, and it had Lugovicher there. Yeah. That's a lot. All right. So they have a website there called Shabbat Mafia, Victims of Shabbat. It's also no place for corruption.com. This website was created by Jews for Jews. If you're not Jewish, you may not understand what is being presented. If you are Jewish and you do not understand, then you should consult with your local Orthodox non-Shabbat rabbi. Do your own research about these issues. What is Shabbat? Shabbat is not a religious cult, but a criminal organization, which is why why is this a problem for the Jews? Shabbat poses an Orthodox Jewish group. They say they are more religious, more strict in their religion than regular Orthodox Jews. In reality, Shabbat's ideology is nothing Jewish. In Israel, Shabbat is considered one of the most important for rabbis as a religious difference from Judaism. Shabbat is a different religion. Shabbatism is not Judaism. So why is this bad for the Jews? Shabbat is a criminal organization. Shabbat is mostly involved with white-collar criminal activities, financial fraud, tax evasion, money laundering. Why these criminal activities are discovered and exposed to the public is because Shabbat poses as a Jewish organization, and anti-Jewish hate was created by them. If you ever look at the website jewishphilly.com, owned by Sheldon Adelson, it's one of these Shabbat things. And they're also over there at Temple University, right on the campus. It's an atrocity. And right there at the Doylestown Courthouse. All right. I could go on and on about Shabbat. You can also see on my website, it will show you the leaders of Shabbat right there with President Reagan, both President Bush's, and Obama on down the line. So that's another thing to be aware of, which is right around in our communities. Okay. Who's involved with immigration right now? Anybody here of Leon Rodriguez? Okay. Leon Rodriguez, Jewish journey from Cuba to top immigration post. This is September 2015. There was his father surrounded by Jews activists when he was in Cuba with a picture of Theodore Herzl in Havana. Okay. He's one of the boys who stayed in Havana, you know, after the Bay of Pigs affair, and then they basically, that was to retake over the Havana casinos for the mafia, like Meyer Lansky and the Chicago Syndicate interests. That's really what that whole Bad Pigs affair was about. And some of the boys stayed down there to make sure they could do what they could to maintain their interests. He was one of them. His family was. So anyhow, this guy is supporting all this open borders and wants to make sure that we continue flooding the United States with uncontrolled immigration. Look at our UN. It's a Jewish ambassador the U.S. has for the UN. Interesting article. I didn't tell you about the Republican Jewish Coalition yet. Republican Jewish Coalition was set up by a black, what do you call it, a purple gang gangster named Max Fisher. Max Fisher ran Ohio Oil and Gas. He sold off to Marathon Oil, to the Bronfman Syndicate. And the Republican Jewish Coalition is founded by Jewish mafia. The founders of the Philadelphia chapter of the Republican Jewish Coalition are none other than Stephen Friedman, one of the founders of the Likud, and Richard Fox, as in the Richard Fox School of Business at Temple University. And here it is. An article shows that right before Tom Cruise was in the race, that he basically said to the Republicans, Trump would create a bloodbath in the Republican Party if elected. So rather than campaigning to the people, Ted Cruz would then went and campaigned for to the Republican Jewish Coalition out of Vegas, run by Sheldon Adelson. Okay, actually his real name is Raphael Cruz. So that's a good Irish name, right? Yep. And if you want to know about 9/11, here's how you can connect the dots. World Trade Center went down. What was in it? All the information to prosecute the criminals of Enron. Who didn't get prosecuted? They got Ken Lay, they got Jeff Skilling, but they didn't get Michael Milliken. Michael Milliken and Ken Lay went to Arnold Schwarzenegger when he was running for governor of California because there was a $9 billion lawsuit against him by the other side, Louis Bustamante, who was the who was basically vice president governor of California at the time, who said if he was elected, he'd sue the Enron criminals for $9 billion over their personal assets. So what happened is World Trade Center goes down and Arnold Schwarzenegger gets elected, and this convicted felon, Michael Milliken, nothing happens to him. Okay. Well, he's not powerful enough to cause 9/11, but he's certainly in the circle of who did it. And if you start saying who's who, you know, I understand his friends, you can see real easy where 9/11 came about. And there was an article by the Executive Intelligence Report, a bigger scandal, illegal funding of the Sharon's Likud. Okay. Well, Sharon also funded the Kadima, which was owned directly by the Bronfman crime family. The Likud and the Kadima are two big political parties in Israel. All right. This series traces the dirty money behind Prime Minister Ariel Sharon and the Likud party. The one that says, never worry about America, we control it. Okay, they say this and say that, but we control America. Okay. The Likud party helped the roaring politics scandal threatening to wreck what was once certain. Sharon won his election, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Israel law has since 1994 forged foreign donations election campaigns. Really, basically, Netanyahu is a front for Sheldon Adelson. That's who his money man is. And he also controls the Republican Jewish Coalition at this point. All right. There's the direct connections from the Likud to Meyer Lansky and Mo Dalitz. And then they're talking about Jay Zeiss, one of the Likud founders, and a member of tied into the Israel Defense Force. There is Jeffrey Zeiss, Political Action Roundtable, and by Drexel Lambert's junk bond kingpin, Michael Milliken. You know, we heard, and also by Saul Steinberg, another guy who was involved with Reliance Insurance, that fraud, that business went out down to Philadelphia. And Carl Linder of the dope running United Fruit Chiquita Bananas organization, now owned by the Bronfmans, by the way. All right, Milliken. in the Ivan Boesky scandal. He basically made a fortune off of people's pensions through mergers and acquisitions, junk bond financing. That came about in the 1982 Tax Reform Act put in place by President Reagan. Okay, so it was President Reagan because of his ties to the Brofman crime syndicate through that were identified in the book Modelo wrote that showed how they came about doing this, and that's how junk bond financing was allowed to occur because of what he did, allowing junk bonds to be used for mergers and acquisitions. It's still in place today. I mean, they put some brakes on it, but it's still going on right now. Milliken worked for Drexel, Burnham, and Lambert out of the New York office. But the corporate headquarters was in Philadelphia, a financial services company here in Philadelphia, owned directly by the Rothschilds. Okay. What's Michael Milliken doing now? He's running K-12.com. So if you see a K-12.com any place in Pennsylvania, charter school, Agora charter schools, you're basically putting your kid in a Brofman syndicate school. Okay. Back to this, there was, let's see what else. There was Mark Blitzberg, founder of the Likud West Bank settlers. By the way, the West Bank settlers, right now, they're cutting off the water supply for the people in Palestine on the West Bank. They're expanding the settlements, and they just shut off the water for all those people there. There was Ira Reinhardt, who was another investor. Also, there's another investor here. The guy who runs the Valley Forge Casino. I have to look his name up again, but he's basically involved with what they call the Natural Venture Capital Association. He was funding a lot of high-tech companies here, basically pillaging them to get rich. There was Marvin Josephson, Henry Kravis, you know, KKR, the Kraft Foundation. Let me get some more. There is Stephen Wynn. Now, the relationship between Stephen Wynn and Michael Milliken is so close. Milliken used the junk bond financing by putting people out of, you know, taking their pensions away. And that was how Steve Wynn financed his casinos in Atlantic City. That relationship still exists today because Steve Wynn and Michael Milliken live next door to each other in South Lake Tahoe. All right, so you can see that there's a direct connection between Michael Milliken, the Likud, and Stephen Wynn. Okay, but who's on top of this? Then they talk about Mervyn Adelson, not related to, who's a partner of Netanyahu, and was the former husband of Barbara Walters. Remember seeing The View on TV? How many of you knew that she was married to a gangster, a Jewish mafia gangster, Mervyn Adelson? So when you see, what's the name, Joanne Barr, whatever it is, realize you're talking to, you know, criminals. Sheldon Adelson, the casino Mongol, bought the casino interest directly from Meyer Lansky. Irvin Moskowitz, one of the Likud founders. There's also in here Stephen Friedman of Duane & Morris. It's a law firm in Philly. By the way, their political lobbyist is, at least one of the political lobbyists they use has been the convicted felon Robert Asher. Joseph Gutnick of, he's in Australia mining industry. And I'm just going on down here. But anyhow, the point of here is to become aware of what's around you, because you can fight these guys, and I fought them. And the way you can fight them is first become aware of who they are and what they are. Don't let them pull the wool over your head. When you see something that isn't right, that's not kosher, it's probably not kosher. And do your research, find out who they are, what the programs they're sponsoring, and then basically address it in public. What they do to us, I've been through family court, is they basically publicly assassinate you, you know, assassinate your character. And that is what I found is the tool that works best. Do unto others what they do unto you. And I've gotten people thrown out of elections by doing that. They're going to assassinate my character, I'm going to assassinate your character. And that's the way you do it at this point, okay? So you want to do it through information. By information, we shall wage war. And by having the courage to basically stand up to these criminals and take them to task for their activity in public, because they were looking at this. They always have this mispersonality activity where they want to look like really good guys when they're some of the most rotten bastards you've ever seen in your life. And if you take them to task and let the people around there who are giving them these positions of power, you'll take them out. And it's not as hard as you think. All right, I'm going to wrap it up.
And thank you for your time, and also thank Poker Face.
That was terrific. Art Larson, everybody. Don't forget, check out No Place for Corruption, noplaceforcorruption.com. Almost everything that you heard from Art can be found there. And there's one thing you got to understand is in 1 hour, Art went over probably 10,000 hours worth of research that he's done. So I hope you guys appreciate the amount of time and research that goes into these presentations. Thank you, everybody, for coming to Freedom Palooza. That's a wrap. Want to thank all the guests who came, all the speakers, all the bands. I want you guys to know how grateful we are, how humble I am that you didn't boo me off the stage. Art Larson, we had Fritz Springmeyer, Mark Cornke, we had Pete Papa Heracles. We had a lot of great speakers this weekend. Thank each and every one of you. Freedom Palooza 6, and that's a wrap, guys.